sir. I'll introduce you then.
Yeah, sure.
Namaste, friends. Namaste, sir. Hi, sir. Okay, it is my privilege and pleasure to introduce one of the closely associated persons of the CAP for more than decades, for the true gentleman and person who is, whom I call him as the Bhishma Pitamaha of auditing, the stalwart in the subject. Okay, probably majority of the students who are listening can double your age. Okay, the experience of this sir, and in his family there are only 4 members, 4 members to start with, and all 4 are chartered accountants. So I hope you have heard correctly, my student friends. Okay, so Ganapathy sir, his wife, son, and daughter, all 4 are chartered accountant with the all India rank. Okay, and sir is a qualified CA, cost accountant, and practicing chartered accountant. And he was also involved in the preparation of the material, question paper setting, everything of the ICI. Okay, so it is a very well-known name, and we used to have regular offline crash course at Bangalore, and we never used to have placed for the students to sit. That's the kind of impact Ganapathy sir had. Okay, but unfortunately, because of the pandemic, so many things have changed. So we have to start accepting the change. So I requested sir, because his valuable input about the subject, the way subject has to be handled, because many people have that apprehension. So how is the subject, it is a theory subject, etc. So he is an expert. I don't want to talk on that, and he is going to tell you people, okay, how is the subject, how to approach the subject, especially for the November 23 examination. Okay, what are the areas to be covered? Okay, everything sir is going to tell you people. So I'm sure all of you are going to get the advantage of it. Make note of everything what sir says, because his experience itself will give you good amount of marks. And just to add on, one of our students, Priya K, got 95 in auditing, obviously by attending Asha Madam class, and elevated by Ganapathy sir to the next level. Okay, 95 in auditing is something terrific, and she ended up with the 11th rank all India just because of that auditing paper. So I'm sure all of you can get advantage of it. So I welcome you, sir, on behalf of the entire CAPS and CAPS Foundation family, sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
You are getting younger by the day, in fact.
Yeah, reverse aging, sir. My wife also says the same thing. So,
but it makes a difference whether the wife says or a good friend says.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. All your good wishes, sir, and blessings. All your blessings and good wishes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your introduction, sir. I really am very humbled by it. And, it is something which is, my pleasure talking to you and to students in CAPS.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, sir has always told, okay, that teaching at CAPS is always heaven. So, sir is back. And also, just to tell you, these LBMs who are here now, okay, so 90% of the students are extremely good. 10% I may not be knowing some of them if there are some new students. Otherwise, all the persons who are listening, and including our YouTube viewers, okay, extremely good students, sir. So they do everything perfectly, including education, I feel. Correct, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So they're good. Sir. Actually, honestly speaking, so this batch has got some terrific participation almost by everybody. So that 10% also I told, if there are some non-CAPS are attending, if I don't know them, if I know them, I can comment. Otherwise, almost everybody I know, and they are doing exceptionally well, and they'll respond to you also. So whichever way you want, sir, that's the way. You can enjoy, sir. You can take the session and you can enjoy.
Good darshan, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And session is open to all children. Okay, enjoy the session. Okay, take it benefit of the same, because his experience, no one can match his experience in auditing as far as India is concerned. Okay, Bharat is concerned. Okay, over to you, sir. Thank you, sir. With your permission, I'll drop.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best, LBMs. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, sir.
Thank you.
Bye, sir. Bye, sir.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
A very good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Sir. In fact, I was only talking about the darshan because there is one darshan already here. So, sir's darshan was great, and we come to the subject. Now, what am I going to cover today? In fact, I'm going to strictly concentrate from the November 23 exam point of view. And What is it that I am going to talk to you today? You can just note down.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to quickly feed the points, just a few points. Exam question paper pattern. I'm sure every one of you know about it, but there is something more than that for me to tell you about the exam question paper pattern. How to answer MCQs. I'm sure you're very interested in this because there is 30 marks at stake. How to answer correct or incorrect questions. Now, there is a lot of mistakes being made in answering correct or incorrect questions, which I have observed myself. I want to share with you what not to do and what to do to get marks in correct or incorrect questions. Next is descriptive questions. Which are the areas from descriptive questions can be expected? And the most important chapters where you have to concentrate, even generally and more specifically for this exam. You have 13 chapters, but there are certain chapters where the concentration is more from the exam point of view. So let us definitely talk about that. Next is, I'm sure you want to know this also. What are the important standards on auditing? How to prepare for that? And how to answer questions on standards on auditing? What type of questions can come? I made an analysis. See, every exam, the last 12 exams from May 2018 to May 2023, 12 exams have gone. And I keep analyzing the question papers and see how we can contribute to the students' performance, how to improve the students' performance, which are the areas, key areas, how the pattern is, and what's the mindset of the paper setter. I have been myself one. So what is the mindset of the paper setter? Where is he going to concentrate on? I'm just going to take a tour through as to what is important. Next is, and this is an area which is, I'm sure you will be very much interested in, company audit, particularly CARO reporting. More and more questions on CARO reporting are coming. And from the inter point of view, see, I think when you come to final, you will learn more about CARO reporting. But from the inter point of view, what should you concentrate on? How questions are asked, how to answer them? We are going to concentrate on that. Next, another area which I am sure you will definitely be interested, because this is a huge volume area. Special audits. It is not that easy to cover all the special audits and remember all the points. Roughly about 13 special audits are there. And I think it's a huge volume area. And I'm sure you will be very much interested in knowing which is the special audit on which I have to concentrate for this November 23 exam. And this is another area I'm sure you will definitely be interested. I have taken all those areas which I'm sure you will evince interest, you will focus on important areas in chapter 9, audit of items in financial statements. Audit of items in financial statements. Another area where it seems to be too voluminous and too much to cover, but is all of them it's so important to prepare? How to prepare? Where to concentrate? I think that is That is definitely going to be an area where I'm going to spend time helping you. Yes, these are the areas from where you have to, what you have to prepare and where to concentrate. And finally, how to approach exam approach. Which are the questions which you should answer first, which you should not answer first? What should be the order in which you should answer? There, how to exercise your choice. You have a choice. You have an overall choice as well as internal choice. So this is what we are going to concentrate. I'm sure you have noted down all these 10 points.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think the confirmation, external confirmation is very important to me. It gives me more reliable evidence. You're external, you're the confirming party. I'm the auditor. So I'll keep asking you for external confirmations.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
See, your response itself tells me how much you like external confirmations. See, if someone is really interested in something, they will show that interest explicitly. Like assertions. Assertions are more, some of them are explicit, some of them are implied. If you keep quiet, I have to assume your assertions are implied. So I'm sure you have noted down this. Let me take you through the 13 chapters. I'm going to quickly run through which are the key areas, what you should know. Overall, what all you should have covered, what is important for the exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I'm taking you through to the 13 chapters to tell you, yes, this is what is very important for the exam, and I'm sure you should have covered this. And I'm sure you all know that this is the last exam for the old syllabus.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Yes, sir.
I think
Yes, sir.
that probably makes it much more important that you clear this time with very good marks and then enter final in the new scheme.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So we go on to chapter 1. Now, chapter 1 is the foundation to the entire subject of auditing. Why? It deals with the standard which is fundamental to all auditing standards, that is SA 200. Let me tell you one thing which is very important to the exam. Definitions in all standards on auditing are very important for MCQ, correct and incorrect question, correct or incorrect question. Please note, please have a separate list of what is important for the exam. Don't note down in between, then you will miss, you're likely to overlook or miss what is important for the exam. Definitions in all standards on auditing. Yeah, all standards which have been covered in the chapters, the definitions are very important. For example, in SA 200, you have the definition of audit, the definition of audit risk, the definition of inherent risk, the definition of controlled risk, the definition of detection risk. All definitions in SA 200 are very, very important for your understanding and preparation. So don't miss that. SA 200. I think most important is you should be able to write what are the overall objectives of the auditor. You have prepared. I know that. You know what are the overall objectives. I'm very, very sure about that. But can you write the overall objectives like this? That is what matters. And let me tell you, some of the students have got this wrong understanding that overall objective means only obtaining reasonable assurance. No. Obtaining reasonable assurance is not the only overall objective. Equally important are reporting on financial statements, and more important is communicating as required by standards on auditing. So you have actually three overall objectives. Let us be very clear. Obtaining reasonable assurance is not the only overall objective, though it is the most important. Now, why is obtaining reasonable assurance most important in the overall objectives? Because that is what enables the auditor to express an opinion. Is this connected with some other standard? Is SA 200 connected? Is this reasonable assurance connected with some other standard? Yes. Let us go to chapter 11, which deals with audit report. And this is the chapter which deals with SA 700 series. All 700 standards are here. And in that, SA 700 deals with forming an opinion. Now, forming an opinion. What is required for forming an opinion? What is required for forming an opinion? What is forming an opinion based on reasonable assurance? SA 200 has a very close connection with SA 700. SA 200 has a very close connection with SA 700. That is why the overall objective is to obtain reasonable assurance, because that obtaining reasonable assurance is necessary to form an opinion. The auditor shall form an opinion on whether the financial statements are prepared in all material respects. Now, in order to form an opinion, the auditor has to conclude as to whether the auditor has obtained reasonable assurance, whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, and that conclusion has to take into account. There are other conclusions based on which obtaining reasonable assurance is the overall conclusion. So now you understand how important is SA 200 to SA 700. Now this, I think, should be very clear. That is the reason why the overall objective of an independent auditor is to obtain reasonable assurance. Now, reporting on financial statements, all that, even that is covered by SA 700. SA 700 doesn't deal with only forming an opinion. It also deals with reporting on financial statements. So overall, you will find how closely is SA 200 connected with SA 700. That aspect is very important. Next. We come to another very significantly important area for the exam. No exam in auditing is complete without touching on inherent limitations of audit.
Yes, sir.
No auditing exam is complete. No paper setter will be satisfied setting a paper on auditing without touching upon asking a question somewhere. It can be an MCQ, it can be in correct or incorrect, it can be a descriptive question, but there has to be some part of it connected with inherent limitations. The reason being, it is because of inherent limitations of audit that the auditor cannot be expected, and he cannot reduce audit risk to zero. That is precisely why audit cannot provide absolute assurance. The fact that the auditor cannot reduce audit risk to zero is the reason why the auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance. And why the auditor cannot reduce audit risk to zero? It is because of inherent limitations of audit. So, due to inherent limitations of audit, the auditor cannot and is not expected to reduce audit risk to zero. And if the auditor cannot reduce audit risk to zero, the assurance what he can obtain is only reasonable assurance and not absolute assurance. The primary difference between reasonable assurance and absolute assurance can be obtained only when audit risk can be reduced to zero, which is not possible in an audit engagement. And reasonable assurance is when the auditor can only reduce audit risk to an acceptably low level. That is the basic difference between absolute assurance and reasonable assurance. So this point, very, very important. And you have 4 points under inherent limitations: the nature of financial reporting, nature of audit procedures, and in the second point, the second point is particularly very important in nature of audit procedures. See, the audit procedures which are used to gather audit evidence may not be as effective for detecting intentional misstatements. Fraud is referred to as intentional misstatements. And see, when the sentences are generalized, that is where you get correct or incorrect questions. When a general observation is made, when a general statement is given, when a general observation or a general statement or a general conclusion is made, that is definitely what is relevant to a correct or incorrect question. Now, how they can test you? The auditor is trained to be an expert in authentication of documents. Incorrect. The auditor is neither trained nor is expected to be an expert in the authentication of documents. So, I think one idea which should strike you, wherever you find any statement or sentence or any observation or any finding or any point which is generalized, that is definitely something which is relevant for correct or incorrect question. Audit is not an official investigation, is again a general statement which can be used in correct or incorrect questions. These are the types of areas where questions, correct, incorrect questions are asked. So we have to clearly understand that there is a distinction between audit and investigation. This question hasn't been asked yet. How is audit different from investigation? I think these 3 paragraphs are very important.
Yes, sir.
For you to distinguish between audit and investigation. And as I understand, there is a very good chance of this question coming up because this hasn't been asked yet. How is audit different from investigation? How is audit different from investigation? You should be able to clearly explain that. Next.
Yeah.
This is the area where questions are coming again and again. See, the first 3 points is specific, but the 4th point is general. What are the other matters that affect inherent limitations? How is this question asked in the exam? Let me tell you one point which you should keep in mind. Questions in the exam are not based on the heading. Remember this, please. Questions in the exam are not based on the heading. The questions in the exam are based on the first paragraph under the heading. You can go and test it. You will find most of the descriptive questions. I'm talking about descriptive questions. None of the descriptive questions take the heading as a question because they are very sure that the students remember the heading very well. Because most of the students, when they prepare, they remember the points based on the headings. So they avoid asking questions based on the headings. They always take the first paragraph under the heading as a question. And that is how the question is asked. How is the question asked? There are limitations on the auditor's ability to detect material misstatements, which are particularly significant due to certain assertions or subject matters. In case of certain assertions or subject matters. In case of certain assertions or subject matters, there are limitations on the auditor's ability to detect material misstatements, which are particularly significant. Give examples of those assertions or subject matters. If that is the way the question is asked, you may not remember these words in the exam unless you know, yes, these are the key words, how this question is asked. So please note this. There are certain key words in the question which you should look for. If the question is about limitations, inherent limitations, And if they ask with the words assertions or subject matters, then these 4 points is the answer. And there is a good chance of this question coming again. Next. I'm sure you studied all this relationship between auditing and other disciplines, which are very important to understanding the basics of auditing. But fortunately, no questions are being asked on all these areas. And when I say fortunately, the reason being that this is something which is too elementary for an exam to test. Exam is nothing but a sample of what you're studying as a syllabus.
Yes, sir.
And it is a representative sample of what you're studying as a syllabus. So that sample will have the characteristics. All the characteristics of all the 13 chapters will be there in the sample, but only what is very significant, what is very important to testing the students' understanding and knowledge in the subject. So all this will definitely be relevant for your understanding. And very important that you should know the framework of auditing standards. I'm sure you studied all about all this, the framework of auditing standards. In fact, I told you general statements, definitions, explanations. This is what is very important for correct or incorrect question. In fact, they ask this about historical financial information. They ask this correct or incorrect question, historical financial information. I think it probably is November 2022. Correct or incorrect question was asked. Historical financial information. I'm just taking you to November 22 exam just to show you how questions are taken only from the institute study material and from nowhere else. You can solely rely on the institute study material. If you are prepared from the institute study material very well, you can be very, very sure that you can easily relate the questions to the study material.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I just have a clarification.
Yeah, please tell me.
Are you sharing the screen, sir?
Sorry?
Are you sharing the screen, or we are supposed to look in our books?
I'm very, very happy that you asked me this question.
Thank you, sir.
I'm very happy. In fact, thanks a lot for reminding me. Often, when we are in the midst of our discussion,
Yes,
we
sir.
use very basic points like this. I hope you're able to see the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I've been very happy if you had told me even much before, because I've been talking about chapter 1. Anyway,
Yes, sir.
thanks for reminding me. Now you see this question number 1, state with reasons whether the following statements are correct or incorrect. Read the second question. You will be able to find historical financial information relates to financial information based on assumptions about the occurrence of future events and possible actions. That question is taken from here only. Historical financial information means. So they are explaining what is it. So any explanation, definition, a general statement, or a general observation about something definitely qualifies to be a correct or incorrect question. Now, I'm not going to explain to you what is the answer, what is this. Say, I'm sure you can read and find out. I'm telling you how the question is taken.
Yes, sir.
Next. So we are back to chapter 1. We are talking about the framework of auditing standards. And I have to tell you one more thing. SRE, SAE, SRS, those standards are not there in your syllabus. Your syllabus covers only standards on auditing. So you don't have SRE, SAE, SRS. In fact, that was not there in the old syllabus for final also. The new syllabus for final includes SRE, SAE, SRS. You will learn when you come to final in the new syllabus. So all this is general information. And I'm sure you have gone through this overview of a diagrammatic representation of the structure of the standards. This is very important for you to understand. And more important, you are at the end, you have standards on auditing, you have a breakup, you have a classification, you have a block numbers allotted for standards on auditing, SA 100 to 990. So I'm sure all this you have gone through. Introductory matters, general principles, responsibilities. If anyone tells you which is a standard which deals with using the work of an internal auditor, you should know precisely, yes, it belongs to the 600 series. Using the work of others is covered in the SA 600 series. Specialized areas, SA 800 to 899 doesn't apply, both in inter as well as in final old syllabus. Only in the new syllabus final, SA 800 series has been introduced. Next. We are coming to the next area, which is very important for the exam, and particularly for this November exam, November 23 exam. Elements of a system of quality control. You can definitely expect a question on this for November 23. I think the questions on elements of a system of quality control has been waiting for a bit too long. To my liking, it has been a bit too long for my liking. It should have been asked, but I'll be very happy if it is covered in this November 23 exam. You can definitely expect a question on elements of a system of quality control, particularly the first three. The next three, you don't have to concentrate much. The first three are very important. Leadership responsibilities. See, the engagement partner will have to take the responsibility for the overall quality. The engagement partner is the one who has to take the responsibility for the overall quality on each audit engagement. And how should the engagement partner discharge that responsibility? Through his actions, through his messages. The engagement partner should emphasize the importance of audit quality. I think of late you'll be reading more and more in the social media about the institute and professional accountants giving more importance to audit quality. So I think that in recent times, the emphasis is very growing on the quality of audit, particularly, I think, because of many issues which have come up recently, which you will learn more about it when you come to final. I think the importance of audit quality is gaining very high importance. So I am expecting definitely a question. Who is an engagement partner? Definition, and very important for correct, incorrect question. All definitions, as I've told you, in standards on auditing are very important for correct, incorrect questions. Ethical requirements, very important. Particularly independence. And how is the question asked in the exam? There are two interlinked perspectives of independence of auditors. This is how the question can be asked. There are two interlinked perspectives of independence of auditors. One is independence of mind. The other is independence in appearance. I'm sure you have studied both. Independence, they can ask this. This is a general observation, which is very important for correct or incorrect question. Independence of the auditor should not only exist in fact, but should also appear to exist to all reasonable persons. Reasonable persons are those persons who rely on the auditor's opinion for taking decisions. Next, very, very important to MCQ. You can definitely expect a question, threats to independence, both in MCQ as well as in descriptive questions. You have 5 threats, 5 types of threats. What is very important are the examples given in those threats. Each threat to independence has been explained with examples. And probably that is from where the questions are being taken. They can take an example and ask you which threat is involved. And when there are options, obviously there is multiple choice. What is MCQ? Multiple choice. When you have options, that is multiple choice. So this is threats, very important for MCQ, particularly the examples. So please go through the examples. If they ask the example, you should know which threat is involved.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
you should also see, they have also explained what is non-audit services. In fact, this non-audit services is similar to what you study in company audit, section 144 of the Companies Act. Services which are prohibited for company auditors. That is non-audit services. Management services, internal audit, investment advisory, design implementation, all these things. So please go through the threats. And very, very important, equal to threats is the guiding principles. What are the guide? This is how the question is asked in the exam. It's very important that a chartered accountant has to remain, he has the responsibility to remain independent. And he has to implement safeguards. If not to eliminate, if it may not be possible for the auditor to eliminate, at least to minimize the threats to an acceptable level. So the guiding principles for the auditor to implement safeguards to remain independent. That's how the question is asked in the exam. Look for these words. If they ask about safeguards to independence, the question is based on, as I told you, not the headings. It is only on the paragraphs under the heading. So what are the guiding principles? Those are the key words. And skepticism, very, very important. There is nothing more important to an auditor than professional skepticism, because that is what is the most important quality which is expected of an auditor. And that is very essential for exercising professional judgment. An attitude. What is professional skepticism? Is an attitude. And that attitude is a very important quality which is expected of an auditor. And that attitude includes three things. One, questioning mind. Two, being alert to conditions. And three, a critical assessment of audit evidence. Those three things is what makes up what comprises of what is professional skepticism. It's an attitude, and that attitude includes all these three. And very important is for the exam. See, professional skepticism includes being alert to conditions. That is how the question is asked. Professional skepticism includes being alert to conditions which may indicate the possible misstatements. Give examples of those conditions. Give few examples of those conditions. That's how the question is asked in the exam. So if that is asked, please cover these points. And let me tell you one more thing from the exam point of view. You may often start thinking it is only 3 marks, 4 marks, and there are 7 or 8 points. Should I write all the 7 or 8 points for 3 marks? The marks and the points are not correlated. And you do not know how is the marking pattern. Don't assume that each point carries 1 mark. So, and don't think you have to write only pro rata. If it is for 4 marks, write 4 points. If it is for 3 marks, 3 points. No, it's not like that. The marks and the points are not in proportion to each other and not correlated. Even if they give only 3 marks, 4 marks, you still have to write all the points. And certain points may have marks, certain points may not have marks, certain points may have half mark, certain points may have full marks, 1 mark. So it's not our consideration, it is not our problem thinking about how many points to write for how many marks. If this is the answer, you have to write all the points, irrespective of they may even give you only 3 marks for writing all these points. It doesn't matter at all. Now, this is something which is very important from the exam point of view. Please don't be concerned about how many points for how many marks, and don't present your answer in paragraph form. Please present your answer in points. Please number the points 1, 2, 3, 4. It becomes easier for the examiner to understand whether you have covered all the points, and becomes easier for him to give the marks. And we always have 2 problems when we present your answer in paragraphs. One, we are masters of repeating the same point differently again and again. And that is a huge weakness we have. We write the same point differently again and again. Avoid that. Writing points will avoid that. Number 1. Number 2, you will have a count on the number of points you should cover. You know definitely there are 7 points to be covered. If you write it point-wise, yes, I have covered all the points. So presenting answers in points, in descriptive questions, essential to score marks. Next. You can definitely expect a question for this exam, November 23. Acceptance and continuance of client relationships. How is this question asked? The engagement partner. So, the audit firm, the engagement partner is required to obtain information before accepting an engagement, audit engagement. What is the information which will assist the engagement partner in determining whether the decisions regarding acceptance and continuance of audit engagements are appropriate? This is how the question is asked in the exam. And the answer for that is the 4 points within the box. Information which is required. So I'm sure you have noted down this, very important. I already told you the first 3 points in the elements of system of quality control. Human resources, only for reading and understanding. Engagement performance, only for reading and understanding. Monitoring, only for reading and understanding. Preconditions for an audit was asked a few exams back. This is not a question which comes again and again. This was asked a few exams back, but I don't expect any question from this again. This has already been covered. For a long time, it was not covered. I think in December 21 or May 22, this question was asked, and I don't expect it to come back. But agreeing the terms of audit engagement as a standard, which is very, very important, you can definitely expect questions on SA 210. Particularly, you should have prepared for this one, recurring audits. Now, what is the question which is likely to be asked? In fact, there is a sentence which can be asked in correct or incorrect question also. The auditor should send an new audit engagement letter to the client for each period. Not necessary. See, audit engagement letter is a contract.
Yes.
Let us be clear that the audit engagement letter is a contract between the auditor and the client. Therefore, it is not necessary that every year the auditor will have to send a new audit engagement letter to the client. Therefore, only the auditor may decide to issue a new audit engagement. There may be certain factors which may make it appropriate for the auditor to revise the terms or remind the entity of the existing terms. So please go through this. 8 points are there. Very important. So that is what is relevant for this November exam. As far as this chapter is concerned, we move on to chapter 2. Now, chapter 2 is a chapter which deals with overall audit strategy, audit planning, audit program. And let me tell you, there are a few areas, in my opinion, which are very important for the November exam. Now, I'm sure most of you would have studied audit planning very well. And I'm very, very sure that you can answer questions on audits planning very well. This is not a chapter which poses much problems for the student. And this is definitely a key area for the exam. What is the benefit? You can expect this for this November exam. What are the benefits of planning? And how is that question asked? I told you the heading is not how the question is asked. Adequate planning benefits audit of financial statements in several ways. What are the benefits of planning? That is how the question is asked in the exam. Adequate planning benefits the audit of financial statements in several ways. State what are the benefits of planning to an auditor. So please go through this. You have 6 points, very important benefits of planning. Overall audit strategy, definition, very important. All definitions and standards on auditing, very important. So please go through the definition and establishing an overall audit strategy. 5 points are there. Identifying the characteristics of the engagement. See, overall audit strategy is what sets means determines 3 things: scope, timing, and direction. These 3 are determined by the overall audit strategy. So overall audit strategy determines the overall scope, overall timing, and the overall direction, and acts as a guide to development of a detailed audit. So these 3 terms, STD, I call it STD, scope, timing, direction, STD.
Yes, sir.
And then those three scope, timing, and direction are the first 3 points in establishing overall strategy: scope, timing, direction. Now, the second point alone can be asked as a question. This itself can be asked as a separate question. Reporting objectives of the engagement. When establishing an overall audit strategy, the auditor shall ascertain the reporting objectives of the engagement to plan the timing of the audit and the nature of the communications. Explain with examples. What is the examples which are there within the box? That is the answer what they expect you to give. You have 3 examples, and this is a question which is asked for normally for 3 marks. Sorry, 4 points, 4 marks. The entity's timetable for reporting, organization of meetings, discussion with management and those charged with governance, so please go through these 4 points. This can be asked as a separate question. Next. The establishment of an overall audit strategy and audit plan are not necessarily discrete or sequential. This is a general observation, which can be asked as a correct or incorrect question. Next, developing an audit plan. Audit plan is more detailed than overall audit strategy. Often asked as a question, correct or incorrect question. Audit plan is more detailed than audit strategy because audit strategy is only a broad plan which covers generally the scope, timing, and direction. But the audit plan is more detailed. It includes a description of the nature, timing, extent of the audit procedures. So please go through that. This was asked. Knowledge of client's business. This question was asked very recently. Essay 315, knowledge of client's business. Very important for your understanding. Knowledge of client's business, essay 315. So please go through this. Definitely very important.
Yes, sir.
5 points are there. This is knowledge of client's business is now called understanding the entity and its environment. We don't use the term knowledge of client's business anymore. We use the term understanding. So if you do find the word understanding the entity and its environment, the question is on knowledge of client's business.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next. We want to all these definitely you have to read and understand. This was asked as a correct or incorrect question. The documentation of the overall audit strategy in the last exam. When I say last exam, I'm talking about May 23. The documentation of the overall audit strategy is a record of the key decisions considered necessary to properly plan the audit and to communicate significant matters to the engagement team. It's a record of what?
Key decisions considered necessary to properly plan the audit and to communicate significant matters to the engagement team.
Let me take you to that question which was asked. May 23. Very first question is correct or incorrect question. This is how the question was asked. And you can now understand that they just picked that. I mean, what is the general statement or what is the general observation about some particular aspect? That is what comes as a correct or incorrect question. Very first question, you see this documentation of the overall audit strategy is a record of what?
Key decisions.
Key decisions.
Decisions. What have they given?
Audit evidence.
Audit evidences.
That is what is going wrong. The documentation of the overall audit strategy is a record of the key decisions which are considered necessary to properly plan the audit and to assign various audit functions. No, it is not for assigning various audit functions.
To communicate significant matters.
Correct. And to communicate significant matters to the engagement team. See how they take this and how this is asked, and to assign various audit functions to the engagement team and to communicate significant matters to the engagement team. I think they expect you to know this properly. So these general paragraphs is what they take as a question for correct or incorrect questions. Next. In audit program, there is one area which is very important for the coming November exam. Constructing an audit program. You can definitely expect a question on this in this November exam. What are the points to be considered by the auditor in constructing an audit program? Now, constructing an audit program. See, constructing an audit, developing an audit program. Definitely the auditor has to, there are so many considerations for developing an audit program, constructing an audit program. What are the points to be taken into account? What are the points to be kept in mind? Very important. These 7 points, please prepare this very well. Something which I am definitely expecting for this November exam. And I'm sure you studied about advantages and disadvantages. But more important is, are there any concrete steps the auditor can follow to eliminate these disadvantages?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
After the disadvantages, you have a paragraph. Mostly we don't study till the end, till the last full stop. And that is from where the questions do come. All these disadvantages can be eliminated by 1, imaginative supervision of the work of assistants. 2, the auditor must have a receptive attitude as regarding the assistants. 3, the assistant should be encouraged to observe matters objectively and bring significant matters. Now, this is how the auditor can mostly minimize the disadvantages. It may not be completely eliminated, at least he can minimize the disadvantages. So 3 points. This is important.
Yes, sir.
Next, materiality. There is nothing more important to auditing than materiality. And you can definitely expect. Now, this is the area where the concept of materiality is discussed.
Yes, sir.
The concept of materiality has certain very important points which are explained here. Misstatements. When are misstatements material? Judgments about materiality. This was asked very recently. Materiality is not influenced by size. That is how the question was asked. Correct or incorrect question. Materiality is not influenced by size. This question was asked in May 2022 as a correct, incorrect question.
Yes, sir.
So these observations about the concept of materiality are very important. See how this is how the question was asked. Materiality is not a matter of size. Definitely the size of an item, the nature of an item are relevant to materiality. Materiality is influenced by size and nature of a misstatement. So this is how the questions are taken. So these observations about the concept of materiality are very important.
Yes, sir.
For understanding. Next, another very important one more important point which is coming. In fact, this was asked very recently. So, what are the benchmarks? Choice of an appropriate benchmark, but before that, you should definitely know that the definition of performance materiality is very important. In the last exam, this was asked as a question. Use of benchmarks in determining materiality. May 23. What are in determining materiality? Determining materiality involves exercise of professional judgment. What are the factors that affect the identification of an appropriate benchmark? This question was asked in May 23. What is the more likely question to come in November 23? And before we go to that, this box is very important for correct or incorrect question. You have examples of benchmarks. And this is where a question can come for correct or incorrect question. Profit before tax is often used as a benchmark. For whom? For profit-oriented entities. But when profit before tax from continuing operations is volatile, there are other benchmarks. So this point is very important for the exam. What is relevant for the coming exam? Revision to materiality as the audit progresses. Yes. This is important for November 23. The auditor may have to revise materiality for the financial statements as a whole, and also for a particular class of transactions, account balance or disclosures. So materiality, revision to materiality. This revision may be required for three reasons. One, as a result of the change in circumstances during audit, or due to a new information which comes to the possession of the auditor, or due to a change in the auditor's understanding of the entity and its operations. So please go through this. Very, very important.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So we move on to the next chapter. Audit documentation. I told you when we took a list of 10 points.
Yes, sir.
Which are the most important chapters.
Yes,
And
sir.
the very first of them is chapter 3. Which are the most important chapters? Chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 6, chapter 7, chapter 10, and chapter 11. These 6 chapters out of 13 chapters are exceptionally important for the exam. Most important for the exam. Not only for this November exam. It is for any exam. These 6 chapters contribute the major portion of the marks. I repeat once again, chapter 3, 4, 6, 10, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, and 11.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why is this chapter very, very important? One, the first part of this chapter deals with audit documentation. The second part of this chapter deals with audit evidence, which are, in fact, the entire backbone of an audit is only these two. Audit cannot be performed without obtaining audit evidence. And the audit evidence which the auditor obtains has to be documented. Because it is only documentation which is the evidence which the auditor has that he has performed the audit according to the standards on auditing. What is the evidence that an auditor has that he has planned and performed the audit according to standards on auditing? Audit documentation. So probably the two most important part of auditing is documentation and audit evidence. So this has to be prepared. This chapter has to be prepared fully, properly. And there are certain key areas. And as usual, the definition is very important. And purposes of audit documentation. This was asked very recently. Purposes of audit documentation. What what purposes does audit documentation serve? Important. But more important for the coming exam is form November 23, form, content and extent. What are the factors which influence the form, content and extent of audit documentation? It has been a long time since this question has come. Not just because it has taken a long time, but this is something which is extremely important,
Yes, sir.
and definitely they would like to test you on this. What are the factors influencing form, content and extent? You have 7 points. I'm sure you will be able to write this.
Yes, sir.
Content
Yes,
and
sir.
extent.
Yes.
Yes. Assembly of final audit file. Repeatedly questions are coming on this again and again. A key area to your preparation. And you know there is an appropriate SQC1 has imposed an appropriate time limit within which the auditor has to complete the assembly of final audit file, which should ordinarily be not more than 60 days after the date of auditor's report. In fact, they often test you by saying before the date of auditor's report. It is not before the date of auditor's report. It is after the date of auditor's report. This question was asked in November 22, in fact. Now, I'm just showing you a few questions. I will not be able to show all the questions. I'm sure you have gone through the past question papers, which is absolutely essential for your understanding of how to prepare for the exam. But I'm just taking you to a few questions to make you understand. See the third question. The auditor shall assemble the audit documentation in the audit file and complete the administrative process of assembling the final audit file before the date of auditor's report. Everything is correct except for the words before the date of auditor's report. Well, the assembly of final audit file has to be completed ordinarily not more than 60 days after the date of auditor's report, not before the date of auditor's report. And changes can be made to audit documentation during the assembly process, which are purely administrative in nature. Examples of such changes within the box is very important. And another very important point is SQC1 requires, there is a retention policy for audit documentation prescribed by SQC1. Yes, there is a retention policy. According to SQC1, audit documentation for every audit engagement has to be retained ordinarily not shorter than 7 years from the date of auditor's report. If you write till here, it is not complete. Many students are writing only till here, which is not correct. It is not 7 years from the date of auditor's report. I think you have to complete this also, or from the date of group auditor's report, whichever is later. I'm sure you have noted down this. Next.
Yes, sir.
Completion memorandum, audit documentation summary. Important for the exam. Please go through that.
Yes, sir.
Ownership of audit documentation. Important. I'm not sure whether any student of CA has ever any doubt as to about the ownership of audit documentation. I think the best every CA student knows is that the audit documentation is the property of the auditor. But this is very closely connected with another provision. Audit documentation is the property of the auditor. He may, at his discretion, what you're studying now is essay SQC1 and essay 230. He may, at his discretion, make portions or extracts. What you're studying in chapter 3, page 9, is very closely connected with another provision in company audit. Can you tell me? which provision in company audit is that or ownership of audit documentation closely connected?
Sir, the auditor must be provided with all the documents.
No,
Cost audit.
no.
Right to lien, sir.
Right to lien is absolutely the correct answer. Perfect. Right to lien is the correct answer. I'm taking you to that provision. Right to lien is there in page 32. Sorry, 32 is correct. And right to lien. And at the end, you will find a paragraph on SA 230 audit documentation. And here it is, audit documentation is the property of the auditor. He may, at his discretion, make portions or extracts. This is exactly what is there in chapter 3, page 9, is reproduced in chapter 10, page 33. Why is this connected with auditor's lien? Because obviously, audit documentation is the property of the auditor. The question of lien does not arise. No one has any right over the working papers of the auditor. No one can exercise any lien over the working papers of the auditor. Right. Thank you. That's a correct answer. Good answer, in fact. Next, we move on to the second part of this audit evidence. Definition of audit evidence. All definitions very important. Next, including two other definitions which are very, very important. But before we come to those two definitions, mark this as very important for November 23 exam. Using the work of a management expert, you can definitely expect a question on this. What is there in chapter 3, page 11? These 3 points. And how is this question asked in the exam? How is this question asked in the exam? When information to be used as audit evidence has been prepared using the work of a management expert, then the auditor shall, to the extent necessary, and having regard to the significance of that expert's work for auditor's purpose, should evaluate the work of the expert. What are the matters to be considered by the auditor in using the work of a management expert? You can definitely expect this question for November 23. And note one more point. What is there in chapter 3, page 11? These 3 points. You only find these 3 points with no explanation for those 3 points. But actually there is explanation, not in this chapter. It is in chapter 9, page 77. If you go to chapter 9, page 77, we are now in page 77, 9.77. You will find SA 500 here, audit evidence. When using the work of a management expert, what is the audit evidence that the auditor should obtain? What is the first point? The auditor should evaluate the competence, capability, objectivity. That is the very first point in chapter 3, page 11. We are now in chapter 3, page 11. Evaluate the competence, capability, and objectivity of that expert. In chapter 9, that is the first point. Evaluate the competence, capability, and objectivity. Under that, you have 4 points. Next is obtaining an understanding of the work of the expert. That is the second point in chapter 3. Obtain an understanding of the work of that expert. And in chapter 9, that second point, you have 3 subpoints. then evaluate this itself can be asked as a separate question. Read the question carefully, whether the question is generally about the audit evidence to be obtained for using the work of a management expert. Is the question is about what is the audit evidence to be obtained by the auditor when using the work of a management expert, then all the 3 points will come. If not, the question may be when using the work of an auditor's expert, how should the auditor evaluate the appropriateness of the work of the expert as audit evidence for the relevant assertion? If the question is about these words, appropriateness of the work of the expert, then it will be only the 3rd point. And under that, you have these 2 points, sub-points. So read the question carefully. And if you do have a doubt, write all the 3 points. In case of doubt, you're not very sure whether the question is asking you to write all the 3 or only evaluating the appropriateness. No problem. Write all the 3 points. You will definitely be covering, if necessary, all the 3, or if required, only the 3rd. So I'm sure you've noted down this connection between chapter 3 and chapter 9. We come
Yes,
back
sir.
to chapter 3 using the work of an auditor's expert. Next. I told you 2 other definitions are very important. Definition about sufficiency of audit evidence, definition about appropriateness of audit evidence. They can test you. This was tested in May 23 exam. This was tested in May 23 exam. In fact, all these are very important points for correct or incorrect question. Appropriateness, question number E. Appropriateness is a measure of quantity of audit evidence. Incorrect. Now, how do you answer correct or incorrect questions? How should you present your answer for correct or incorrect questions? The presentation of answer for correct or incorrect question. Presentation of answer, and what are the points? As I told you how to answer correct or incorrect question. Presentation of answer for correct or incorrect question. These points should be kept in mind. 1. Divide your answer into 2 points. First point is conclusion. State the conclusion whether it is correct or incorrect. Whether the statement is correct or incorrect. Then the second point should be the reason. Reason for conclusion. And that is where, in fact, many students have a wrong understanding that even if you write the conclusion correct or incorrect and the reason goes wrong, you will still get 1 mark for the conclusion. No. 2 marks are given for correct or incorrect question, which is divided 1 mark for the conclusion and 1 mark for the reasoning. But conclusion alone doesn't get you 1 mark if the reasoning goes wrong. You cannot get marks for even guessing the reasoning, guessing the conclusion, I'm sorry. Even by guess or even by hook or crook, you can get the conclusion correct. Conclusion may be correct, but the reasoning can go wrong. So please take care of one thing. I think you have a choice. You have to answer, first point, you have a choice. You have to answer any 7 out of 8. So I think you'll have to use the choice properly. If you are not very sure about the answer, please leave that in the choice. Don't tell me many, I may have 2 or 3 which I'm not very sure. Then the choice is useless. Then everything becomes compulsory. I think you have to decide which is the one which you don't know, which we are not sure at all as to what is the correct answer. That you leave it out. The others you have to answer. You have a choice, any 7 out of 8. And very important, the reason should not contradict the conclusion. Often we find the conclusion is correct. The conclusion says, yes, the statement is correct. But the reason given shows that as if the statement is wrong. So the reason should not contradict the conclusion. Please be careful about this. And don't repeat the question as a reason. For example, if the question says, auditor is not responsible for detection of fraud, you say correct, auditor is not responsible for detection of fraud. You won't get a single mark for that. The correct answer would be, auditor is not responsible for detection of fraud. Conclusion, correct. Reason, those charged with governance and management are primarily responsible for prevention and detection of frauds and errors. Therefore, the auditor is not responsible for detection. That should be the correct reasoning. That is how the reasoning. Don't repeat the question as a reason. The reason should not contradict the conclusion. I am sure you will follow this presentation. Please divide your answer into 2 points. Conclusion, reasoning. And the reasoning has to be, I think if you read the question, it's very clear. The reasoning has to be very brief. You cannot write half a page for the reason, 1 page for the reason. Many students are writing the entire, all the points as a reason. I think you should only, what is the key point here? Appropriate is a measure of quantity. Incorrect. According to SA 500, appropriateness is a measure of quality of audit evidence. That's all. According to SA 500, it would be a better presentation if you can give reference to the standard. If you write up incorrect, appropriateness is a measure of quality of audit evidence, still you will get the marks. But if you write according to SA 500, appropriateness is a measure of quality of audit evidence, I think your answers, the presentation of the answer significantly improves. Next. So please go through this. Sufficiency, appropriateness. Very important. You'll have to be careful when read the question. Factors which influence auditors' judgment as to sufficiency. The question is not whether what are the factors which affect sufficiency. No. Read the question carefully. These are not factors which affect the sufficiency of audit evidence. These are factors which affect the auditor's judgment as to sufficiency. Those factors that affect sufficiency of audit evidence, there are only 2 factors which affect sufficiency of audit evidence. Sufficiency of audit evidence is a measure of quantity. The quantity of audit evidence is affected by 2 factors. 1, the audit assessment of risk of material misstatement. 2, quality of audit evidence. But factors influencing auditors' judgment as to sufficiency is influenced by 3 factors: materiality, risk of material misstatement, size and characteristics of the population. So please go through this. Very important. Appropriateness, sources of evidence. We are actually coming to something which was asked in the last exam: audit procedures regarding audit evidence. What are the audit procedures to be performed? Very simple question was asked. I think it is, no, it's not May 23, it is November 22. What are the audit procedures for obtaining audit evidence? And this is the sentence which was asked. Audit evidence to draw reasonable conclusions. The auditor has to perform audit procedures to obtain audit evidence to draw reasonable conclusions on which to base the auditor's opinion. This question was asked in November 22. Such simple questions, very simple questions. Really, sometimes I keep thinking that I don't think the student should have any problem in answering these type of questions. Yes, the objective of auditing is to design and perform audit procedures to enable the auditor to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to be able to draw reasonable conclusions on which to base the auditor's opinion. This can be done, this can be obtained by performing which procedures? Name the types of audit procedures the auditor can perform. So, by which procedures the auditor can obtain audit evidence, and name the types of audit procedures the auditor can perform. Very, very simple question. And the answer for that is the audit, which procedures? Risk assessment procedures, further audit procedures. And types of procedures, here they are. Inspection, observation. You can definitely expect a question on this. This is a key area to the exam. Inspection, observation, external confirmation, recalculation, reperformance, analytical procedures, inquiry. Extremely important for the exam. So please go through this. And they definitely test you on this with examples.
Yes, sir.
So please go through this. Types of procedures, different types of audit procedures, extremely important.
Yes, sir.
And next, inquiry alone is not sufficient. See, you find some sentences in bold letters. And they do take it for correct or incorrect question. Inquiry is sufficient to test the operating effectiveness of controls. Incorrect. In fact, inquiry is never performed as an audit procedure by itself. Inquiry is combined with other audit procedures. Inquiry is combined with inspection or reperformance may provide more assurance than inquiry with observation. Because observation has a limitation. It is relevant only at that point of time when it is made. Very important points. We are coming to another very important area for the exam. Using audit evidence obtained in previous audits. I am expecting this question for November 23. See, how is the question asked? In determining whether it is appropriate to use audit evidence about the operating effectiveness of controls, what should the auditor consider? What are the matters to be considered by the auditor? So please prepare this. I'm not sure whether you are prepared for these 6 points. It's very, very important for the exam. The auditor, in determining whether it is appropriate to use audit evidence about the operating effectiveness of controls. Audit evidence about the operating effectiveness of controls, which was obtained in previous audits. Previous year's audit. So please go through this.
Yes, sir.
Evaluating the operating effectiveness of controls, very important. Now, if the auditor detects a material misstatement, when the auditor performs audit procedures and if he detects a material misstatements, that is a strong indicator of an existence of a significant deficiency. This again is a general statement, correct or incorrect question. And this is also very, very important for the exam. for this November exam. What specific enquiries should be made by the auditor when deviations from controls are detected? Please prepare this very well. So certain things I am telling it is important for the exam. Certain things I am telling you this is very important for this November exam.
Yes, sir.
That difference is very important. Certain areas I am telling you it is important for the exam. Evaluating the operating effectiveness of controls is important for the exam. But specific enquiries when deviations of from controls are detected is important for this November exam.
Yes, sir.
Next. Now, you'll find in between you have boxes.
Yes, sir.
These
Yes,
boxes,
sir.
these points are important for correct or incorrect question. They may say external confirmations provide more relevant evidence relating to accounts receivable than they do for existence. Recoverability of accounts receivable than do they for existence. Now, it is very difficult to remember these small points, but this is from where they keep testing the correct or incorrect question. And there's one more thing which I have to tell you about this correct or incorrect question is that if you see, they ask for 8 questions and they cover one correct or incorrect question from each chapter. Invariably, 8 correct or incorrect questions is from 8 chapters. Not more than 1 correct or incorrect comes from 1 chapter.
Yes.
So
Yes,
every single correct or incorrect question is from different chapters. So that is how they cover minimum 8 chapters in that correct or incorrect question.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, next. We are coming to another very important area for the exam. You can definitely expect question, particularly descriptive question on use of assertions. One of the 3 particularly the first 2 are very important. Assertions regarding transactions and events, assertions regarding account balance. Let me tell you that this use of assertions which you're studying here,
Yes. Sir.
Yes, sir.
this is the foundation to chapter 9. The entire chapter 9 is based on assertions. If you go to chapter 9, entire chapter 9 is based on
Assertion.
Assertions.
assertions.
Sessions.
You'll find the definition of assertions. In fact, assertions regarding transactions and events is income statement assertions. The
Yes.
first category is profit and loss assertions, income statement assertions. The second category, assertions regarding account balance, is balance sheet assertions. And presentation and disclosure, assertions regarding presentation and disclosure is common to both income statement as well as balance sheet.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you'll find income statement. These are all assertions relating to transactions and events. But finally, you'll find presentation and disclosure is also there, which is common to both. Balance sheet assertions, again, you'll find existence, completeness, valuation, and finally, you'll also find presentation and disclosure. So please understand that use of assertions is very, very important. They can test you in MCQ. They don't generally ask questions. Correct or incorrect questions is not asked from assertions. Because you have choice here. For example, whether all transactions and events which should have been recorded have in fact been recorded, is relating to dash assertion. They give you
Complete.
completeness. Correct. Absolutely right. So they give you the choice: occurrence, completeness, cutoff, classification. Which is the assertion which is common to all the three categories?
Completeness.
Completeness.
Completeness. Completeness is the most important assertion. That is what they expect from you also in the exam. Completeness.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next. This second example of plant and machinery is, this has been asked 2 times already. Again and again, they are asking this example. The only thing which is they're changing is plant and machinery is changed to property plant equipment. They don't use the term plant and machinery anymore. Property plant equipment. And this 2 lakhs changes to some other amount. All these amounts are changed. Description is changed. But the question is the same. What are the assertions you have to test? These 6 points, very important. Next. We are coming to another very important area in audit evidence. Relevance and reliability. Please go through this. They can test you, particularly with these examples. This particular example is very important. If the purpose of the audit procedure is to test for overstatement in the existence or valuation of accounts payable, then testing the recorded accounts payable is the relevant audit procedure. If you test the recorded accounts payable, records for accounts payable, recorded accounts payable means testing the records for accounts payable. That would be the relevant audit procedure. On the other hand, if you're testing for understatement in the existence and valuation of accounts payable, then there is no point in testing the records. Because you're testing for understatement. You're not testing for overstatement. Then there is no point in testing the records for accounts payable. In fact, you should be testing for information like subsequent disbursements, unpaid invoices, supplier statements, all other evidences other than the record should have to be tested for understatement. You are trying to find out what has not been recorded. That is what is understatement. What is understatement in the existence? What accounts payable has not been recorded? So how can you test the record for that?
Yes.
Yes.
You can only test other evidences to find out whether any accounts payable has not been recorded. I think understanding this example is important. Next, reliability. There are certain generalizations about the reliability of audit evidence. This can be asked as a question. There are certain generalizations about the reliability of audit evidence. 5 points are there. So please prepare this. And very important that in some of the points you have examples also connected with that point.
Yes, sir.
They can test you with the example itself. Example is a sample for the exam. That's why it is called example. It's a sample for the exam. So definitely you can be asked questions from examples. So please go through that. Now we are coming to a high priority area from page 38 till the end of this chapter. There are 7 essays. And let me tell you, all these 7 essays are critical to your preparation. What are the 7 essays? Essay 580, written representation. Then essay 501, audit evidence for certain special items,
Yes, sir.
for selected items. Second standard 501, the third standard 505, external confirmation. Next essay 510, initial audit engagements, audit of opening balances. Next essay 550, audit of related parties. Next essay 560, audit of subsequent events. In between, you have the concept of true and fair in page 63. What is there in page 64 is important for the exam about true and fair. What constitutes true and fair is a matter of auditor's judgment. In the particular circumstances, this is how the question is asked. You have 7 points here about the judgment of true and fair. In more specific terms, how should the auditor judge true and fair view? These 7 points are important. So the next one is essay 560, the 6th standard, auditor and subsequent events. And the 7th one, that was what was asked in the last exam. They have covered essay 570 in the last exam, going concern. Now, what was asked about going concern? Material uncertainty. That is the most important area. Page 74. This was what was asked in last exam. Use of going concern basis of accounting is appropriate, but a material uncertainty exists. Adequate disclosure of material uncertainty is made. Adequate disclosure of material uncertainty is not made. May 23. Question number 5A. Here it is. Yes Limited, a large textile manufacturing company, due to heavy recession, was unable to collect huge receivables, was also holding large amount of stocks for 9 months. From your primary observations of audit evidence, you feel there is a material uncertainty regarding going concern. How will you deal with this in your audit report? What will be the effect on your audit opinion? If adequate disclosure of the material uncertainty is already made, if adequate disclosure of material uncertainty is not made, exactly the 2 points which is there in page 74.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And this is the first part of the question. How will you report on this? The use of a separate paragraph with the heading and reference to the fact that a material misstatement exists. That is the answer for the first part. The second part is these two points, which clearly means that out of the 7 standards, at least 2 out of the 7 are definitely are being asked in every exam. Then which of the 2 are very important for this exam? I think that is probably the question which I have to answer. Let us get back to page 38, from where these standards start.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to just tell you the standard number alone. Written representation, the definition is very important. Objectives of written representation. This is the 3 points. Objectives, you have 3 points, very important. And this is very important. In some cases, however, management may decide to make inquiries of others who participate, who have specialized knowledge.
Yes, sir.
That is important. So that is what is important in written representation. Next. One more thing. Requested written representation not provided. If management refuses to provide written representation. Next. SA 501. There are 3 parts in SA 501. You have inventory. Then you have litigation and claims. And the third one is segment information. In the inventory is what I am expecting this time. Please note. SA 501 inventory is like inventing a tree. Inventory is always like inventing a tree. One of the most specialized areas, very important in audit as well as for the exam. Everything about inventory is very important. Please note what
Yes,
is there
sir.
in page 45, what is there in page 46, what is there in page 46, particularly physical inventory which is being counted on a date other than the date of financial statements. Second, if the auditor is attendance at physical inventory counting is impractical. Read the question carefully. Whether the management itself is counting inventories on a date other than the date of financial statements, that is different.
Yes, sir.
In which case, the procedures which are given here, if you read there very clearly, it says the auditor shall, in addition to the procedures required above means these points. Which points? Which points? These points. Attendance at physical inventory counting. You have A and B, these 2 points. I'm just coming in a minute, 1 second.
Yes, sir.
So inventory counting, attendance at physical inventory counting, these two points, A and B, those are the procedures the auditor has to perform. In addition to those procedures which the auditor has to perform, the auditor shall also perform audit procedures to obtain audit evidence about whether changes in inventory between the count date and the date of financial statements are properly recorded. So please be careful with the question. Please read the question, whether it is about on a date other than the date of financial statements, or is it about the auditor himself is impracticable for the auditor to attend.
Yes, sir.
Because the answer for that continues till here. Till this paragraph. And this is what I'm expecting. Inventory, top priority. Next. Litigation and claims. Communication with the external legal counsel.
Yes, sir.
Certain situations, and then this is what is important. Exam. In certain circumstances, the auditor may judge it is necessary for him to meet with the entity's external legal counsel to discuss the likely outcome of the litigation or claims. State the circumstances. Next, segment information. This also I am expecting for this exam. What is important is understanding of the methods used by management. This is what is very important.
Yes.
Understanding of the methods, the auditor should obtain understanding of the methods used by management in determining technical information. These 4 points. External confirmation, the definitions are very important.
Yes, sir.
4
Yes, sir.
definitions. You can definitely expect a question in MCQ.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
And what is most important is management's refusal to allow the auditor to send confirmation request. If management refuses to allow the auditor to send confirmation request, then you have to cover all these points from here, and it continues in the next page, first paragraph. Don't stop with the previous paragraph till here,
Yes.
till this essay 705.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next. One more is coming, negative confirmation. This I am expecting for this exam. In essay 505, definitely I am expecting, this is the question which I am expecting for this November exam. And how is this question asked? Negative confirmations provide, and this is the sentence which can also be tested in correct or incorrect question. Correct or incorrect question. Negative confirmations provide more persuasive audit evidence
Yes, sir.
than
Incorrect.
incorrect. Negative confirmations provide less persuasive audit evidence than positive confirmation. So the auditor should not use negative confirmation as a sole substantive audit procedure unless all the following conditions are satisfied. All, not 1 or 2. All the 4 conditions have to be satisfied. Only then the auditor can use negative confirmation as an audit procedure, as a substantive audit procedure. So negative confirmation, very, very important.
Mark, sir.
Essay 510, definition of initial audit engagement, very important. And the only area where they have been repeatedly asking questions is audit procedures regarding audit of opening balances. So please prepare this very well. Till here, don't miss the first paragraph in the next page.
Yes, sir.
Next. So 501 is the standard inventory segment information. 505 negative confirmation. Next, 510 audit procedures regarding opening balances. 550 definition of related party is very, all definitions very important. But the question which I am expecting, there is a question at the end. Heading itself is question. How can the auditor verify the existence of related party relationships transactions? In fact, how is the question asked? Not like this. During audit, the auditor should maintain alertness for related party information while reviewing records and documents. He may inspect documents and records that provide information about related party relationships and transactions. Give examples of such documents and records. Now, you may ask me, sir, 12 examples are there. Should I give all the 12 examples for 3 marks, 4 marks?
Yes, sir.
Very valid question. Very valid question. The minimum or what they expect you to write is about 5 to 6 examples, not more than.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I said minimum and I said not more than that. You must definitely be thinking that should be the maximum. Now, if you can write more than that, that's why I said it's the minimum. If you can remember all that well and write, very good. But the minimum what they expect is 526.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next. So SA 550 and another area, audit of subsequent events, audit procedures. Audit procedures regarding subsequent events. You have definitions also which are very important. Here are the definitions, particularly the definition of subsequent event. Subsequent events are not only events occurring between the date of financial statements and date of auditor's report. If you stop there, that is not the complete. Subsequent events also include facts that become known to the auditor after the date of auditor's report. The definition is complete only if you add that. So audit procedures regarding subsequent events, very important. I don't expect a question from SA 570 because they have asked the most important area, in fact, but still, and if there is something which is very important to auditing is going concern. So that you should generally know, should generally understand what is all the provisions regarding going concern. So please go through it. Probably only one area which a question can be asked is this is the area. Events or conditions that may cause a significant doubt on the entity's ability. They may give a particular example. This can be tested in MCQ, whether it is so financial events, operating events. So please go through it. Examples of financial events, operating events, other events. This is the only area which I am expecting. So that completes chapter 3. We are just having a 5 minutes break. We will come back and continue.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir. Excuse
Sir, you're on mute.
I haven't started yet. 1 minute more.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we continue with our discussion.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Someone raised their hand. Anything you want to ask?
Yes, sir. Sir, if you don't mind me asking, it might be too much, but page 3.62, the question under essay 550.
Yeah.
You told us there are 12 points and 5 to 6 points are good to go. What are those important 5 points which will fetch us those short marks, sir?
You're talking about the events or conditions that may cast a significant doubt?
No, sir. How can an auditor verify the existence of related party?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, I'm coming to that. Yes, I think you're talking about the related party.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute.
62, page 60.
Yeah. Just going there. Correct. Reviewing the documents records. Take the first 5 or the 6. Don't go beyond that.
Okay, sir.
The first 5 or 6 is very easy to remember. Entities, income tax returns. Information supplied by the entity to regulatory authorities. Shareholders registers to identify who was the main shareholders. Statement of conflict of interest. Record of entities' investments. Contracts, agreements with key management. After that, you find the points are becoming a bit more vague and different. The first 5 or 6 seems to be easy to remember and easy to write.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, coming to, in fact, you must be wondering, we have in 2 hours, we have completed only 3 chapters. Will we be able to finish all the 13? No. In fact, my idea is not like that. My idea, in fact, progressively, I'm only going to tell you what is important for this November exam. Now, I was trying to make you understand the importance of basics. And I was trying to emphasize on how to present your answers, how to answer correct or incorrect questions. What are the connectivity between the chapters? Which are the important chapters? And so I'm, in fact, slowly going to increase my speed to the extent that I'll be finishing 1 chapter in 5 or 6 minutes. So gradually, that's going to be my approach. I always emphasize on the basics are very, very important. In fact, even in the exam, they test you on the basics. So please do concentrate. We move on to chapter 4, risk assessment and internal control. Now, this is an area I think students do prepare very well. Definitions are very important. What is audit risk? What is inherent risk? what is control risk, what is detection risk, what is not included in audit risk. But the key area for the exam, which I am expecting for this exam, definitely something which I am giving a lot of importance, is identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement. How should the auditor identify and assess the risk of material misstatement? Yes, in page 9,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
this is very important for November exam. These 2 points plus in the sub points. What is the procedure to be performed by the auditor to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement?
Yes, sir.
This is extremely important for this November exam. Next. There is one more area which is very important, which is coming. Required understanding. This was already discussed in chapter 2, essay 315. What
Yes,
is the
yes.
understanding of the entity and its environment? Knowledge of client's business. What was known as knowledge of client's business is now referred to as understanding the entity and its environment. Next is internal control. What is important in internal control? Benefits of understanding internal control to the auditor. But what is important for the coming exam, November exam? Limitations of internal control. I'm expecting a question this November exam. What are the limitations? Internal control has its own limitations. This is important for this November exam. Next. In the last exam, they asked about, see, you should know what are the components of internal control. Internal control has 5 components. Control environment, entities risk assessment process, information system, control activities, monitoring of controls. Last exam, they asked the first one. Control environment. They asked this point A.
yes, sir.
The auditor shall obtain understanding of the control environment. As a part of obtaining understanding, what should the auditor evaluate? And what is included in control environment? So definitely an area which is this is something very important, control environment. But what is that which is important for this November exam is the second one, entities risk assessment process. Note this.
Yes,
This is
sir.
what is important for this November exam. The auditor shall obtain understanding of whether the entity has a process, risk assessment process, and doesn't stop there. The entity's risk assessment process forms the basis for the risks to be managed. And it would assist the auditor in identifying risk of material misstatement and whether the entity's risk assessment process is appropriate to the circumstances is a matter of auditor's judgment. So this part is what is very important. Next. Monitoring of controls is very important for this exam. But before that, everything about significant risk is very significant for the exam.
Yes, sir.
Pages 25 and 26 of chapter 4 about significant risk. You can definitely expect a question in every exam. There is nothing more important in essay 315 than significant risks. In exercising judgment as to which risks are significant risks, what should the auditor consider as significant risk? These 6 examples are very important.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next,
Yes, sir.
identifying significant risks. Significant risks often relate to
Non-routine.
significant non-routine transactions or significant judgmental matters. Now, this can be tested in correct or incorrect question.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Non-routine transactions, judgmental matters, they often ask in correct or incorrect question. And this was what was asked recently.
Yes, sir.
Risk of material misstatement is greater for significant non-routine transactions. And this is what I am expecting for the November exam. Risk of material misstatement is greater for significant judgmental matters. So this is what I'm expecting for this November exam. This has already been asked. Non-routine transactions has already been asked. But everything about significant risk, very, very important for the exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Monitoring of controls. This also is very important for the November exam. This has not been asked for a long time. And I believe that, see, one of the 5 components of internal control are there in every exam. In every exam, you'll find one of the 5 components of internal control is definitely covered. Control environment has already been covered. For this November exam, the 2nd and the 5th are very important. Next,
Yes, sir.
we are coming to another area which is very important, internal audit. You can definitely expect questions on internal audit.
Yes, sir.
That too, section 138 of the Companies Act.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
High priority area for the coming exam. Applicability of section 138. Asked as a MCQ question or as a descriptive question. But most of the students refer to only section 138. That is not correct. Reference to rule 13 of the Companies Accounts. In fact, rule 13 of the Companies Accounts rules is more important than section 138. The entire provisions is only in rule 13 of the Companies Accounts rules. So don't miss reference to rule 13 of the Companies Accounts rules.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Who can be appointed as internal auditor? Very important. Can either be a chartered accountant or a cost accountant. More important, they need not be engaged in practice. Not necessary. Practice is not mandatory. Can even be any other professional. And the last sentence is very, very important. He may or may not be an employee. Objective and scope of internal audit function. SA 610. The objective and scope of internal audit function includes activities relating to governance, activities relating to risk management, activities relating to internal control. But the third one is what I am expecting this time. Activities relating to internal control itself is divided into 4 points. Evaluation of internal control, examination of financial and operating information, examination of operating activities, and review of compliance with laws and regulations. These 4 points are very important. Next. One more point is there before we complete, and that is definitely an area which you can expect. Internal financial control is high priority for this November exam. Internal financial control and reporting requirements, section 134, subsection 5, clause E, explanation of what is internal financial control. That is the question which I am expecting. What do you mean by internal financial controls? The explanation, these 5 points. And how is internal financial control different from internal control over financial reporting? What is the auditor's responsibility for reporting on internal financial controls? And what is the difference between IFC and ICFR? Pages 48, 49, and 50 are
Yes.
exceptionally important for this November exam. We move on to chapter 5. Fraud and auditors' responsibilities. There are 2 areas which are important for the coming exam, November exam. The basics of fraud, essay 240, from here till here. Yes. The basics of fraud, pages 2, 3, and 4 can be tested in correct or incorrect question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What are the techniques used by management to override internal controls in page 5? Fraudulent financial reporting often involves management override of controls. That is how the question is asked in the exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What are the techniques by which management override controls? 6 points are there. This has already been asked. Misappropriation of assets can be accomplished in various ways. This is important. 4 points are there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Teaming and lading is very important. This is being tested in correct or incorrect question.
Yes, sir.
Marks.
Detection of fraud and auditor's duty. Under that, you have 2 case studies. The second case study is important for the exam. If a fraud is detected after completion of audit, after issue of auditor's report, question arises whether the auditor is responsible for failure to detect fraud. The last 2 paragraphs has the answer. Subsequent discovery of a material misstatement due to fraud does not by itself indicate whether the auditor has adhered or failed to adhere to the basic principles. The liability of the auditor for failure to detect fraud exists only when such failure is clearly due to not exercising reasonable care and skill. If the fraud has been detected, the same by itself cannot mean that the auditor has failed to perform his duty. If the auditor can prove with the help of his documentation that he has followed the procedures required, he cannot be held responsible for the same. If, however, the same cannot be proved with the documentation, then he would be held responsible for failure to detect fraud. No questions are asked on fraud risk factors, pages 13 to 17. Please don't spend time on these examples of fraud risk factors.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is very important for this November exam. Circumstances relating to possibility of fraud. Examples of circumstances that indicate the possibility of fraud. Please go through these first. In fact, the second and the third are very, very important. Conflicting or missing evidence, problematic or unusual relationships between the auditor and the management.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And starting from page 19 to page 26, you have fraud reporting. You can definitely expect a question on fraud reporting in every exam. Please prepare pages 19 to 26.
Yes, sir. We've marked
One
it.
of the very, very special areas for the exam.
Yes, sir.
Probably the most important area in chapter 5 is fraud reporting.
Yes.
Pages 19 to 26.
Yes, sir.
This was asked in the last exam. No, not in the last exam, the exam before that. Auditor is unable to continue the audit engagement was asked. So, November 22. So, pages 19 to 26, fraud reporting is very, very important. We move on to chapter 6.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Audit in an automated environment. Now, what is an automated environment? Understanding that is very important for the basics. And this is often asked as a correct or incorrect question. The complexity of a business environment depends on the level of automation. You can definitely expect one correct or incorrect question on automated environment. In every exam I've seen, one correct or incorrect question comes from automated environment.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, in fact, in the last exam, this was asked as a question. If a company uses a integrated enterprise resource planning system like ERP, SAP, Oracle, it is considered to be less complex to audit. That is how the question was asked. May 23. You see this question number H. The company uses an integrated resource planning system, ERP, SAP, Oracle. It is considered less complex and easy to audit compared to using an off-the-shelf accounting software. This is exactly the same as this. If a company uses integrated enterprise resource planning system, SAP, Oracle, it is considered to be more complex than using off-the-shelf accounting software.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So one definite correct or incorrect question. When a business operates in a more automated environment, it is likely that we will see several business functions activities happening within the systems. What are those functions or activities which is happening within the system? That is how the question can be asked.
Yes, sir.
We have 5 points. But most important for this November exam, there are 4 areas which are very important. Some situations in which IT is relevant to audit.
Yes,
First
sir.
area.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Second area, obtaining understanding of the entity, obtaining understanding and documenting automated environment. From the most important area in this chapter 6. Next,
Done, sir.
one suggestion, one recommendation. Please ignore the templates, diagrams, charts in this chapter. They are of no relevance to your preparation at all.
Yes,
No
sir.
questions are asked on that. Please ignore the templates, charts, diagrams. The third area which I am expecting, risks that arise from use of IT systems. Examples of risks that arise from use of IT systems.
Yes, sir.
And the fourth area, if these risks are not mitigated, what could be the impact on the audit? For that, the answer is not what is given in the box, but the 3 paragraphs under the box. This is the answer for that question. And what is the key word in the question? Impact on audit. If these risks are not mitigated, if IT-related risks are not mitigated, what could be the impact on audit? The fourth area, general IT controls are very important.
Yes, sir.
Definition of general IT controls. And what are the controls included in general IT controls? Control over data center networking, program change, access security,
Yes, sir.
application systems acquisition, development and maintenance. Then you have boxes for each of them.
Yes, sir.
In that, the objective alone is important, not the activities. Activities which are given here are only illustrative. It is not necessary that only these activities should be included. There could be other activities also. But the objective is very, in each of those boxes, the objective is the key point.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is what is being tested in MCQ. How they give an question on MCQ? The auditor should ensure that access to programs and data is authenticated and authorized to meet the financial reporting objectives. Is a control over, then they give all the 4 options: data center networking, program change, access security, application systems. Which of the following is involved? They give the objective and ask which of the following is involved.
Answer will be access
You
security.
should know the objective is very important.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next, the relationship between general IT controls and IT application controls. Important. Next, what are the commonly used methods for testing in an automated environment? What are the commonly used methods for testing in an automated environment? Now, in that, don't think only 3 points are there. I think that is the mistake some students are making. It is not 3 points, it is 7 points. After this, you have the 4th point is here. Then the fifth point is here. This is the sixth point. And this is the seventh point. And in each of them, you will find the testing method itself is easy to remember. The first point involves obtaining understanding of how an automated transaction is processed. How do you observe, inspect? These are all procedures. Observation,
Yes, sir.
inspection, inspection. Carry out a test check, negative testing, observe the error message. Like inputting a wrong password. Intentionally, you input a wrong password. The error message should be displayed that it is a wrong password. That is what is called negative testing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Reperformance. These are all procedures, testing methods. Again, you have IFC, ICFR. Please note, chapter 4, pages 48, 49, and 50. Chapter 4, pages 48, 49, and 50 should be combined with chapter 6, page 15 and 16. And should also be combined with chapter 10, page 34 and 35. All three are connected with IFC and ICFR. I repeat, chapter 4, pages 48, 49, and 50. Chapter 6, pages 15 and 16. And chapter 10, page 35. I'll just check up 1 second. I think it should be 35 or 36. That is where IFC comes, reporting on IFC. Correct, absolutely. 36.
Right.
143 3I. Whether the company has adequate internal financial controls. But this reporting requirement is not applicable to private companies. There is an exception. This exception is very important for the exam. This is what is being tested in MCQ.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, we come back to chapter 6. So I hope you have noted down this.
Yes, sir.
It is
Yes, sir.
It's data analytics was asked in the last exam.
Yes, sir.
You still should know what is data analytics. It's a combination of processes, tools, techniques that are used to tap vast amount of electronic data to obtain meaningful information is called data analytics. This is being tested in MCQ. And the tools and techniques that auditors use in applying the principles of data analytics is known as computer-assisted audit techniques.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
These are the purposes for which data analytics can be used in an audit. 7 points. So that completes what is important. Rest you can safely leave out. Please don't waste your time on the remaining part. But there is a glossary. Now, before that, also please go through exceptions in IT environment, IT controls. This is for reading and understanding. What are the exceptions in IT environment, IT controls? 3 points are there. Are there any, 4 points are there. Are there any weaknesses in IT controls? What is the impact of these weaknesses? Reporting deficiencies to management. Communicating in writing significant deficiencies. That is what is called as exceptions in IT environment and IT controls.
Yes,
But what I was trying to go to is there is a glossary. Please go through the glossary. And there is abbreviations, which are whatever is being used in the chapter. Will they ask questions on the glossary and abbreviations? No. No questions are asked on the abbreviations and glossary. This is mainly for understanding.
Yes, sir.
We move on to chapter 7. Audit sampling. There are certain areas in sampling which are very important. No need for me to explain much about sampling, but I'm only going to tell you what are the key areas for this exam. Meaning of audit sampling, definition of audit sampling important. Next, audit sampling is more, statistical sampling is more scientific. This is very important. Why statistical sampling is more scientific than non-statistical sampling?
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
In non-statistical sampling is this. These two paragraphs are important. Non-statistical sampling is criticized on the grounds that it is neither objective nor scientific. Why? Why is it not objective? Because there is a risk of personal bias which is involved in non-statistical sampling. And similarly, non-statistical sample has, because the sample has not been selected in accordance with mathematically based statistical techniques. So two reasons why non-statistical sampling is neither objective nor scientific.
Yes, sir.
Advantages, next comes advantages of statistical sampling. Important. We haven't yet come to what is important for the coming exam.
Yes, sir.
Last exam, there was a sample design was asked.
Okay, sir.
Stratification, value weighted selection is important.
Yes, sir.
What is within the boxes can be tested in correct or incorrect question.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
This
sir.
is what is important for the November exam. Factors influencing sample size for test of controls. 5 points are there. And some points are in bold letters.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please prepare this very well.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Examples of factors influencing sample size for test of details has already been asked. So this I'm expecting for test of controls this time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Next. We come to the next area, which is very important. Sample selection methods. Three methods are very important. One is stratified sampling. If they ask the question, you have to give the example also is part of the answer. Don't miss the example.
Yes, sir.
Including these two paragraphs. Next.
Okay, sir.
Monetary unit sampling. Haphazard sampling. These three methods: stratified sampling, monetary unit sampling, haphazard sampling.
Yes, sir.
Block sampling will not be asked as a question. Block selection itself is ordinarily not used in an audit. So no questions are asked on block sampling. This is the third area where I'm expecting this November exam. Sampling risk can lead to two types of erroneous conclusions. What is within the box can be asked as a correct or incorrect question. If the acceptable sampling risk is low, smaller sample size is needed.
Incorrect.
Incorrect, Rathi.
And one important point which I have to tell you, don't assume that all of them will be incorrect, because some of them are correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So these 2 points are very important. Sampling risk can lead to two types of erroneous conclusions. Last exam, they asked sampling risk and non-sampling risk, the difference between the two. But this exam, I am expecting about the erroneous conclusions.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next. Projecting misstatements. The auditor is required to project misstatements. So
Yes, sir.
you should know what is an anomaly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Misstatement or deviation that is not representative of misstatements or deviations in population. So it is something which is unusual or exceptional, abnormal. So these are the areas you have to prepare for this exam in sampling. Next, we move on to analytical procedures. In analytical procedures, there are 3 areas which are important for the coming November exam. First thing, you should know the definition, which is important.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You should know examples of analytical procedures having consideration of comparisons. Then comes exam. This is what was asked as a question now recently.
Yes, sir.
Consideration of relationships. They ask for examples of analytical procedures having consideration of relationships. But what is important for this November exam? Yes, the first area, purpose and timing of analytical procedures.
Yes,
This is important for this November exam. First area which you have to prepare, purpose and timing,
Yes, sir.
particularly timing. You have 3 phases: planning phase, testing phase, completion phase. Experienced auditors use analytical procedures in all stages of an audit. If this is asked as a question, correct or incorrect question?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And the answer is correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Substantive analytical procedures. This is the second area which I am expecting a question. You can be very, very sure of this question. 7 points are there.
Yes,
What
sir.
are the, and you know, they don't ask a general question. They ask a account type, source, predictability, nature of assertion. They give the point. They give the 4 points and ask you to discuss that. But all the 7 are important.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Factors to be considered for substantive analytical procedures. The second area. The third area is coming. What are the techniques for use of analytical procedure? What are the techniques for use of analytical procedures? Yes. What are the techniques available for substantive analytical procedures? The third area. So the three areas are purpose and timing. Then what are the factors to be considered for use of substantive analytical procedures? Those 7 points. And what are the techniques available as substantive analytical procedures? Trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, structural modeling.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
So all other this, in fact, the next page, what you have, reliability of data was asked very recently.
Mhm.
Not sure, maybe this last exam or the exam before that, reliability of data was asked. So this has already been covered. I'll check up and tell you.
Sure.
Yes, correct. In the last exam only it was asked. May 23. Question number 4C. Question number 4C, the reliability of data is influenced by its source and nature and is dependent on the circumstances. Explain the factors that are relevant when determining whether data is reliable. They have exactly copied the sentence from the paragraph.
Yes, sir.
The reliability of data is influenced by the source and nature and is dependent on the circumstances under which it is obtained. What are the factors to be considered? So these 4 points, this has already been covered. So I've already told you which are the areas which are important. Other areas, please do not spend much time. Purpose and timing of analytical procedures. Factors to be considered for substantive analytical procedures. Techniques available for substantive analytical procedures. Those 3 are very important.
Yes, sir.
Next, we move on to chapter 9. Audit of items of financial statements. Now, this is an area which many students are getting confused as to the high volume, what to prepare. Now, if you open the material soft copy and just go to find and input notes, you'll find 10 pages where notes are given.
yes, sir.
In that page 10 pages where you'll find notes. Just go to find and put feed notes. You'll find page 16. You'll find notes is not relevant. It is relevant only in the final. Please ignore what is there in page 9.16. Utilization of borrowed fund share premium not relevant for inter. You have to study a lot before you come to this.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Next, 9.27. This is important because all these notes are based on Caro reporting.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next is 9.53. This is also based on Caro reporting.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Suppose correct or incorrect, they ask a question.
Mhm.
The auditor shall provide details of all immovable property. The auditor shall provide details of all immovable property whose title deeds are not held in the name of the company in the format given. My question is not that. The auditor should verify whether all immovable properties whose title deeds are in the name of the company are disclosed in the financial statements. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Incorrect.
Now, who said incorrect? Yeah,
Ritvik, sir.
Ruthvi, why do you say it is incorrect?
Sir, because not all, but the ones other than the properties where company is lessee and agreements.
Is that the reason why you said incorrect?
Yes, sir.
Can I repeat the question once again? And then tell me whether it is correct or incorrect. The auditor shall verify whether all immovable properties whose title deeds, okay, let me exclude leased properties, excluding leased properties. Held in the name of the, which are held, sorry, yeah, held in the name of the company are disclosed in the financial statements. I repeat the question again. You have to tell me which of the two is correct and which of the two is wrong. And then you will understand how we are getting fooled in the exam. The auditor shall verify whether all immovable properties, excluding leased properties, which are disclosed in the financial statements, are held in the name of the company. Which of the two is correct, which is wrong? Yes, please tell me, Rutik.
Sir, both are wrong
Why?
because which are not held in the name of the company.
No. I am not saying the auditor shall report.
Okay.
I'm asking the auditor shall verify. That's why I changed the word from report to verify.
Sir, I think the second one is correct.
The second one is correct. And you mean A is wrong, B is correct. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
This is how they test you in the exam. Which of the two is correct? Which of the two is wrong? Let us go to chapter 10. Because these notes are all connected with Caro reporting. Let me take you to Caro reporting. This is Caro reporting.
Yes,
We are
sir.
now in Caro reporting in page 41. And the very first clause deals with matters to be reported. First clause is on property, plant, equipment. And the 1C is, this is the point.
Wow.
Now, after reading this, tell me, read this. I'll just wait for a minute. You read this.
D is correct.
disclosed in the financial statements are held in the name of the company. Whatever has been disclosed in the financial statements are held in the name of the company.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Point.
Whatever is disclosed in the financial statements are held in the name of the company. Your answer is absolutely right. The second one is correct. Held in the name of the company are disclosed in the financial statements is wrong. I'm not sure, but I'm very happy that you chose the correct answer. I'm sure it is not just guesswork. You definitely must have studied
Thank you.
reporting. Sorry.
No, sir. The logic I used was generally audit is for financial statement. Yes, financial statements.
Correct.
The auditor takes the financial statements as his base while doing.
Basis.
Yes, sir.
Right. Correct.
So,
Correct. I think your common sense is better than auditing. Good. Very nice. That's probably one way of finding out what is the correct answer. Whatever is disclosed in the financial statements have to be held in the name of the company. Whatever is held in the name of the company has to be disclosed. That is not possible for the auditor to verify. See, what should be the basis for verification is financial statements. Absolutely correct. Good. Excellent.
thank you, sir.
I think your common sense is working better. Right. Now coming to the point. So we have already noted down page 16, not relevant. The next one was the next page was 27, which is relevant. Page 53 is relevant. Next. I'm sorry, these notes are all disclosure requirements. All other things are disclosure requirements. Correct. In page 75, not relevant. No, this is disclosure requirements. This is also disclosures. Disclosures. Yes. Oh my God. This is one of the most important areas which you have to prepare. 101, 102, and 103. And I have to tell you, CSR disclosure has already been asked. You can note down and later on go through it. CSR disclosure has already been asked. Just a minute. I'm not. Just yeah, I think it was an earlier exam. You're right. Because yes, sir. The problem is how much ever you prepare, you never find what you're searching for. I have an analysis I told you. Correct. We are here we are. May 2002, question number 3B.
Sir, 2002?
May 2002, question number 3B. This question was asked. CSR.
IPCC model.
Sorry?
Under IPCC model.
Yeah, not IPCC.
2002
or
2002 or 2022.
22, I think.
Yeah, May 22, I said.
Okay,
You
sir.
didn't hear that.
Not 2002,
Okay,
May 2022.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
No, I think I am very susceptible to getting confused. I think the question you asked me made me think two times whether I said 2002 or 2022. Anyway, if I had said 2002, that is wrong. May 2022, question number 3B, that is CSR disclosures. Then Correct. November 2022. Question number 3D. What was asked is this virtual currency. Cryptocurrency, virtual currency, which is there in page 103. Virtual currency, cryptocurrency was asked in November 2022. Question number 3D. What has not been asked? Benami property also has been asked. We have not left anything. Benami property was asked, correct. In May 2022, question number 5B. Unfortunately, they have asked CSR as well as Benami property in the same exam itself. May 2022. Question number 3B was CSR, 5B was Benami property. Disclosure. These are all disclosure requirements. Now, one more thing which I have to tell you, the disclosures in the tables are not asked as a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But the only thing which is left over and which I believe is important is the ratios.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And more important is the explanation after these ratios. This can be tested in correct or incorrect.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Instead of 25%, they may say 10%. That is where you'll have to be careful. Next. So I hope that is clear. We move on to chapter 10. I may take a few more minutes. I hope that doesn't.
No, sir.
Yes, no problem.
No problem, sir.
Next is company audit. Now, company audit, there are 5 areas which are very, very important for this coming November exam. 1, now the basics, I'm sure you have already covered: qualification, disqualification, appointment of auditors.
Yes, sir.
So that I'm sure you have gone through it. I think a student of Inter probably is best known for his confidence about company audit.
Yes, sir.
Most of the students have a pride that I know company audit very well.
Mhm.
I don't want to hurt that. Section 144 is very important. Services which are prohibited.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Next. The next area is casual vacant, before that, under rule 4 of car rules, the certificate to be obtained from the auditor before appointment.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next. Casual vacancy arising due to resignation.
Done.
Yes, sir.
And one thing which I have observed in the exam, the students are only quoting the sections and not the car rules. Please don't miss the rule of car rules, because the car rule actually is more important than the section itself. Because all the requirements are in the rules only. The section only says that the auditor has to file a statement, that's all. What statement has to be filed, within how many days it has to be filed, with whom it has to be filed, and what it should indicate, and what happens if. So, actually the rule is more important. So don't miss the rules, please.
Yes, sir.
And the penalty for non-compliance. This has been recently added.
Yes, sir.
Next. This is the area which is most important for this November exam. I'm seriously expecting a question on rotation of auditors, particularly the applicability of rotation is very, very important. This is what is very, very important.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And there are disqualifications. Incoming audit firm cannot be appointed when there are common partners on the date of appointment. If
Yes,
the
sir.
incoming audit firm and outgoing audit firm have common partners, or the incoming audit firm and under rules, and now under Rule 6 of car rules, there is a disqualification. If the incoming audit firm and outgoing audit firm are the same network,
Yes,
this is the disqualification. Students are not writing this explanation as to what is the same network, which is very important. So rotation of auditors is very, very important for this November exam.
yes, sir.
And one good thing is what the two illustrations in pages 20 and 21 are redundant. Don't waste your time on these two illustrations.
Yes, sir.
It was applicable only till the year 2017. It's almost 6 years now.
Yes, sir.
Questions are asked. Please ignore these two illustrations. Next. Questions relating to audit committee was asked very recently.
Yes, sir.
They tested on the applicability of audit committee, in fact. And they can definitely test you on the functions of audit committee in MCQ.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, before I proceed, you all know that in the BOS, there is a separate material for MCQ published by the institute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That I am sure you should go through. And I am sure you should have definitely gone through, because some of those questions are very important for MCQ. In fact, they have divided it into case scenarios, general MCQs. So please go through that material regarding MCQ in the BOS. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next. I don't expect much questions from the audit committee because they have already tested it. And this point was also tested recently, that the auditor's remuneration includes facilities provided to the auditor.
Yes, sir.
In the correct or incorrect question, this was asked. So please go through that. Next. Removal of auditors is the second area. I told you 5 areas are important. One is rotation of auditors. The second one is removal of auditors, particularly section 140, subsection 5. Please prepare this very well. Direction by tribunal in case the auditor has acted in a fraudulent manner is very, very important for this exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Removal of auditor is the second area which is very important. Sealing has already been asked.
Yes, sir.
Yes. November 2022, question number 5A was question on sealing. Very simple question, in fact. This case study will give you a better understanding of sealing.
Sure.
Next, we want now this. I think the best part of it is this Council General Guidelines 2008. What is given here is totally wrong. Please ignore it.
Yes.
This will be studied only in final.
Yes,
It
sir.
should not have been given in the first instance. It should not have been given here at all. In fact, this has undergone many changes, has never been updated in the internet.
Yes, sir.
Please ignore the council general guidelines in pages 29 up to page 30, point number 2.
Yes, sir.
Next, powers and rights. In right of access, this second paragraph is very important. See, the company auditor's right of access is not restricted only to books of account.
Yes,
The
sir.
right of access extends to all books. It is for the auditor to determine what record or document is necessary for the purpose of audit. So this particular paragraph is very important. And the company auditor's right of access is not restricted to books and records which is maintained at the registered office or head office. In fact, the right extends to branch records also, if necessary. Next. This is very important. Right to receive notices to attend general. Now, before that, there is one important point in this. Right to obtain information explanation. Here, when the auditor is not provided the information required or is denied access to books, his only remedy would be to report.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next. Right to receive notices, attend general meetings. This first paragraph was the provision under the Companies Act 1956. So please strike it out. The first paragraph is not applicable now. What is applicable is this.
Yes, sir.
See, the auditor of a company has, under section 246, the auditor of a company has 2 rights and 1 duty. He has a right to receive notices for general meetings. He has a right to be heard in general meetings on matters concerning him. However, it is his duty to attend general meetings. Attending general meetings is not a right, it is his duty.
Yes, sir.
He should either attend by himself or through his authorized representative, and the authorized representative also should be qualified as an auditor, unless the auditor himself is exempted by the company. So, section 146 is both a right as well as a duty. Next, a huge mistake in point number D. I only hope it was like that, but unfortunately it is not. Reporting is not a right. Reporting is a duty. I only wish the Companies Act said reporting is a right. I would never report. Reporting is a duty. If I accept the audit, it is my duty to report. So please make a correction.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes. Right to lien. Does the company auditor have right to lien?
No, sir.
No. Excellent. I only wish someone had a correct understanding of that. In fact, there is no provision in any law for auditor's lien. The entire discussion is based only on the general principles of law. And the views expressed are not the views of Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants. It is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales, not Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And section 128 of the Companies Act is very clear that the books of a company must be kept only at the registered office. And these provisions ordinarily make it impracticable for the auditor to have the possession. Whatever books are given to the auditor is only unofficially for audit. not officially.
Yes, sir.
Taking an overall view of this matter, I think it is mostly impracticable for legal and practical constraints. Exercising right to lien is not possible at all. And I hope it remains like that only. Because if they say you can exercise right to lien, I'll be in trouble. I'll get a notice from the income tax department to produce the books of account.
Yes, sir.
I will be in trouble. I would rather not have the books in my possession.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, duties of auditors. There are 3 duties which are very, very important. One is duty to report on internal financial controls. We already came to this.
Yes, sir.
And the exceptions applicable to a private company. Please be careful with the definition of small company. It has undergone change.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
hope you know.
Yes, sir.
Definition of a small company is, I think the paid up share capital does not exceed 4 crores. And the turnover does not exceed 40 crores.
Yes.
And the company is neither a subsidiary nor a holding company. So the definition of a small company in section 2, clause 85, very, very important, has undergone a major change. So if the private company is a 1-person company or a small company or a company having turnover less than 50 crores and having aggregate borrowings less than 25 crores. Double condition. Rule 11 of car rules is very, very important. What are the other matters to be included in the auditor's report? The first 3 points only apply to inter. The 4th point applies only in final. You have to learn a lot more about the other points which are there. If any question is asked, they expect you to write only these 3 points.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Next.
Yes, sir.
Next. Caro reporting. Which are the clauses which are important for? Before that, duty to report frauds, I have already told you in chapter 5 is very important. Next. Caro reporting. Applicability of Caro is very, very important. It applies to every company, including a foreign company. But it doesn't apply to banking companies, insurance companies, companies licensed under section 8, 1-person companies, small companies. But the 5th point here is what is very important for the exam. Exception of a private limited company from Caro. Repeatedly, descriptive questions, practical questions are being asked on the applicability of Caro to a private limited company. Again and again. The private limited company is exempt if all the 4 conditions are satisfied. Even if one of the 4 is not satisfied, Caro will apply to a private limited. You will find the word. So what are the 4 conditions? You have to be clear. This is the first condition.
Yes, sir.
Private limited company is not a subsidiary or a holding company of a public company. The private limited company's paid up capital reserves and surplus is not more than 1 crore. It is not only paid up capital, you have to consider reserves and surplus also.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Total borrowings, when it says total borrowings, don't think all borrowings. Total borrowings from any bank or financial institution does not exceed 1 crore at any point of time during the financial year. And the total revenue, what is total revenue? As disclosed in Schedule 3. Does it include revenue from discontinuing operations? Yes. Including revenue from discontinuing operations does not exceed 10 crores. All the 4
Yes, sir.
conditions have to be satisfied.
Yes, sir.
Which are the clauses which are important in Caro reporting? Clause 1, property, plant, equipment, especially 1C. 1C is very important. 1D is very important. Revaluation of property, plant, equipment. Clause 2B is important. Not 2A, 2B.
Yes,
Where
sir.
the company has been sanctioned working capital limits in excess of 5 crores.
Yes, sir.
Clause 5 is important.
Yes,
3
sir.
and 4 you can leave out safely.
Okay.
Acceptance of deposits 5. Maintenance of cost record 6. Statutory dues 7. 8 you can leave out. 9 default in repayment of loans, other borrowings. 9A willful defaulter omit, not applicable. You will learn more about willful defaulters in final.
Yes,
9C term loans. 9D funds raised on short-term basis. 9E and F you can leave out. 10A, 10B, both are extremely important at the inter level. Funds raised, money raised by way of IPO, FPO, including debt instruments. Whether they were applied for the purpose, if not, details. Whether the company has any made any preferential allotment or private placement, whether the company has complied with the requirements of sections 42 and probably the most important clause for inter-auditing on CARO is clause 11, reporting on fraud. This clause 11 has to be combined with chapter 5, pages 19 to 26.
Yes, sir.
If you go to chapter 5, in page 24, you have the CARO reporting. They are also covered. Here it is. Reporting under CARO 2020. Clause 11 of CARO.
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
I think you can, this audit procedures and reporting under CARO need not be prepared for the exam. Only till here is sufficient. You will learn more about this because in inter you don't have the guidance note on CARO reporting, which is applicable only at the final. So it is enough you study only till here.
Yes, sir.
So those clauses are important. 12, 13. 12, 14. 13 is relevant to related party transactions. 12, 14. 15 is relevant to non-cash transactions. 16 you can leave out because this you will be studying only in final.
Yes, sir.
17 is relevant for cash losses. 20 is irrelevant to because in law syllabus you do study about CSR, section 135, CSR. That's all. So I repeat, clause 1, clause 2, clause 5, clause 6, clause 7, clause 9, clause 10, clause 11. Clause 13, clause 15, clause 20. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
that completes. Yeah. Next is what is important is joint audit has already been covered. Responsibilities of joint auditors.
Yes, sir.
What is important is cost audit for this exam. Please do prepare cost audit very well. But before that, in branch audit, using the work of another auditor, you can definitely expect a question on SA 600 for this November exam.
Yes, sir.
Using the work of another auditor, which continues till here. And what is important in cost audit? Maintenance of cost records, applicability for maintenance of cost records, applicability of cost audit. Who can be appointed as cost auditor? What is most important for this November exam is coming. Appointment of cost auditor. Everything you have to go through. Casual vacancy, remuneration, submission of report, duty to report on fraud. Yes, this is what is most important for this November exam.
Yes, sir.
Exemption from cost audit. So please go through this. In chapter 9, see, you must be wondering, I only talked about the notes. What happened to other areas? No, I have prepared a separate notes. I'll just share that once again.
Yes, sir.
Notes on chapter 9. I prepared separate notes on chapter 9, which is important for this exam. So I'm going to share this with you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, 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 sir.
So please concentrate on this.
Yes, sir.
That is more than enough. Okay, so that will be shared with you. What are the important areas in chapter 9 for the exam? Now coming to what we are discussing. Chapter 12. No, punishment for non-compliance, no punishment for studying, non-studying, I'm sorry. No punishment for not studying, not important for the exam. Please don't waste your time on section 147. No questions are asked on section 147. Safely you can omit it.
Yes, sir.
Next,
Yes, sir.
we move on to chapter 12, audit of banks. There are certain areas only you have to concentrate. Don't spend much time on this. What is important for the exam? For this November exam, particularly. Yes, here we are. In page 10, engagement team discussion. You can definitely expect a question on this for this November. Extremely important for this exam. Now, in engagement team discussion, what are the advantages? What are the matters to be included in the discussion? What are the matters to be included in the discussion? And what are the advantages of this engagement team discussion? Very, very important. The second area, which is very, very important, is audit of advances from page 25 to page 37. All other things they've just dealt with the standards on auditing which are applicable to bank audit. So there's nothing special about that. But page 21 to 37, not 25 to 37. 21 to 37, nothing can be missed out. Every inch of that 21 to 37, you can definitely expect a question on audit of advances. From here only, maximum questions are asked on audit of advances. Particularly, repeatedly, they are asking questions on drawing power calculation, prudential norms on income recognition, asset classification provision. This is a high priority area in advances.
Yes, sir.
Prudential norms, particularly NPA norms, out of order norms, provisioning norms, classification norms, drawing power calculation, then drawing power, then agriculture advances, yes, my God, this computation of drawing power is highest priority. Repeatedly in every exam, there is a question on drawing power. 7 points are there. Meaning of drawing power. How is it different from sanction limit? What are the considerations? What is the bank's duties? What is the auditor's concern? How is DP to be computed? Computation of drawing power, stock audit. Please prepare these 7 points very well. Extremely important.
Yes, sir.
Second area. So first is engagement team discussions. Second is advances from pages 21 to 37, 36 to be precise. In that, the computation of drawing power, 7 points is very, very important. And the third area in bank audit is reversal of income in case of NPA. Here it is within the box, 4 paragraphs in page 41.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
please concentrate on
Yes,
that.
sir.
Reversal of income. So that completes your areas as far as bank audit is concerned. But 21 to 37, high priority.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, we move on to chapter 13. Government audit. 2 areas are very important for this exam. In government audit, you can definitely expect a question on expenditure audit. Audit of expenditure is very important. But before that, they can test you in MCQ, correct or incorrect. The legal framework of C&AG is very important. Appointment, removal, tenure, constitutional provisions, Article 149, 150, 151. Next, powers of C&AG in government audit. Here it is, 4 points. You must be asking me, sir, what about duties of C&AG? It's only for reading.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, expenditure audit. There are 5 audits in expenditure audit. Audit against rules and orders. Audit of sanctions. Audit against provision of funds. Propriety audit is, last exam they asked performance audit.
Yes, sir.
Propriety audit is particularly very, very important for this number exam.
Yes, sir.
but all the 5 are equally important. So please go through that. Next, we are coming to the second area, which is very important. In fact, this was the question they asked: efficiency cum performance audit in government audit. I can give you the reference also. Yes. May 23, question number 6B. May
Yes.
23, question number 6B, efficiency cum performance audit. Oh, yeah. Correct. May 23, I have too many sheets open. Question number 6A, 6B. Here we are. SK and Co. Chartered Accountant Firm has been appointed as auditor of Metro Rail project in City A. Yes, since the project is on large scale, it involves high volume of resources, financial, human, physical. The appointing authority, C&AG, requires an objective examination of the financial and operational performance of the Metro Rail project. Explain the nature and scope of audit that SK and Co will have to undertake. That is nothing but performance audit.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Financial and operational performance. Performance is the key word.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So they've already covered performance audit. See, objective examination of the financial and operational performance. Same words were used in the question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next, what is important is powers of C&AG in audit of government companies. Probably this should be the question which should come this November exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Most important, particularly supplementary audit. The power to conduct supplementary audit. The second point is very, very important. Power to conduct supplementary audit and right to comment upon or supplement the audit. And the best part of it is the next, there is a printing mistake to be corrected. This is not 143(6)B again. This is 143 subsection 7. This mistake started when I was studying CA. This mistake continued after I qualified. This mistake still continues after I have become a grandfather. This mistake is never going to get corrected.
So, sir, should we write 143(7) or 143(6)B?
If you write 143(6)B here, what will you mention here then?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
This is 143 subsection 7. Without any doubt. And the heading probably they have saved themselves.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Next, all other things, please don't waste your time on. Audit of local bodies. This was the question which was asked. Municipality. I think the paper setter must have a very close relationship with politics. He did ask about municipality.
Sir.
In November 2002, question number 6C. November 2002, question number 6C.
Yes, sir.
Really? Yes, municipal corporation, and the name given was also Sevak. I think they always keep the names very appropriate for the question. CA Sevak is appointed as auditor of municipal corporation, and that too of a big smart city. Define the term municipality and state what are the heads under which the expenditure is incurred by municipality and corporation can be broadly classified. So this is the definition of municipality. This whole discussion is based on an article who was written by a fellow who is now no more, Audit of Municipal Administration by R. Chandrasekharan, since 1947. Oh. Expenditure incurred by municipalities and corporations, this fourth point. This was what was asked in that question. Broad classification. Imagine who will ever anticipate a question coming from here.
Yes, sir.
So what is likely to come for this November exam? But we were very sure about one thing, that local bodies is very important. Repeatedly questions are coming only from audit of local bodies. So you do prepare for audit of local bodies fully proper.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Audit of NGOs, don't waste time. Not important.
Yes, sir.
Next. I only wish I see the fellow who prepared this material with this box. And if I do see him, he'll never live after that. This whole, what is there within this box was relevant only in the year 2015 and 2016. After that, it has been removed from the Companies Act. And still continues to be there. And one thing I have found, if something newly is introduced, they will add the material. But if something goes out of the law, they will never remove it. That is why this material has become such a healthy material, in fact. It's growing by the day, in fact. Audit of sole trader, if possible, tear it out. Not important. If one student came and asked me, sir, can I strike it out? I said, if possible, tear it out.
Oh.
Please don't waste your time on audit of sole trader. The second area which is important after local bodies is audit of firm. For November exam, you can definitely expect a question on audit of partnership firm, particularly advantages of audit of partnership firm. You have 5 points. Matters to be specially considered in audit of partnership firm, 7 points. The third area which is important, LLP. In LLP, last exam also they asked a question. What is the books of account to be maintained? This was the question which was asked. Every exam, one question comes from LLP. Only 3 areas are covered. Books of account, audit of accounts, second area, and returns to be filed by LLP. This is the third area. No other area is covered in LLP at all. You can safely prepare books of account, audit of accounts, returns to be maintained and filed by you. Next. So that is the third area. Charitable institution, again and again questions are coming. Probably the reason why charitable institution is being asked again and again is because, see, even when you start after this, I don't know whether you already started, and even if you have or if you haven't, if you will, that the audit of trusts, charitable institutions, audit of public charitable trusts is very important, both from the statutory point of view as well as from the tax point of view. Both under the general law as well as particularly under the income tax law. Audit of charitable institutions is very, very important. Please concentrate on this. Particularly subscriptions and donations is very important. And audit of expenditure of a charitable trust. Yes. But I think preparing everything in a charitable organization is good, very important. Educational institution, you can safely leave out. No questions are asked.
Yes, sir.
Again, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Now, a long time since I heard your voice. That's why I said thank you. Next is audit of hospital. This was asked very recently. Not in the reckoning for this November exam, but what comes next is very, very important for the exam. Audit of clubs. Mark this. Most important for the November exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How many points are there?
10.
12 points are there. Now these 12 points, they don't ask everything. They cover only 3 or 4 points. But the unfortunate part of it is which 3 or 4 is going to be covered. That is the only thing which we don't know. So it's absolutely essential for you to cover subscriptions, number 1. Number 2, members' accounts. Number 3, purchases. Number 4, margins earned. Number 5, inventories. And number 6, investments. Out of 12, these 6 points are important.
Sir, could you please repeat this?
I repeat it once again. Subscriptions,
Yes, sir.
members' accounts, purchases, margins earned. Margins earned is very, very important. Inventories and investments. To be precise, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 points. In fact, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5 points plus subscriptions.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, on what basis this selection is? Based on the past, they have been concentrating on these points only.
Yes, sir.
Next, cinema has already been asked. We have already watched the question, cinema question.
Yes, sir.
Internal control mechanism is already, this was the question which was asked.
Yes,
No
sir.
possibility of any further questions on cinema. Hire purchase and leasing is the third area which is very important. Sorry, fourth area which is very important. Local bodies,
Expenditure.
partnership firm, charitable institution, club. 5 is hire purchase leasing. These are the 5 areas which are important in special audit. Particularly, they are testing about what is the difference between a finance lease and an operating lease. Please go through the difference between a finance lease and an operating lease.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You. Finance lease and an operating lease is very, very important. They have captured the differences in the table. And audit of hotels can be safely left out. Nothing is important.
Thank you. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes.
Audit of its cooperative societies. A few areas are important.
Yes, sir.
This is the area. The following points are relevant for audit. In that, point number 1, qualification. Point number 2, appointment of auditor. Then point number 4, restriction on shareholding. Point number 7, investment of funds, restriction on investments. Point number 8, appropriation of profits. Point number 9, contribution to charitable purposes. That's all. These are the 6 areas. I repeat one thing. Number 1, qualification. Number 2, appointment. Number 4, restriction on shareholding. Number 7, restriction on investments. Number 8, appropriation out of profits. Number 9, contribution for charitable purposes. That is, so those are the 6 areas which are important. Special features of cooperative audit, 10 points are there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Audit of overdue. So overdue, you will find overdue is very important. Overdue debts, examination of overdue debts. The second one is examination of overdue interest. So out of these 10 points, 5 points are important. Number 1, examination of overdue debts.
Yes, sir.
Number 4, valuation of assets and liabilities. Number 5, adherence to cooperative principles.
Yes, sir.
Number 8, special report to registrar. Number 9, audit classification of society.
4, 5, 8, 9.
4, 5, 8, and 9. I repeat once again. Number 1, examination of overdue debts. Number 2, valuation of assets and liabilities. Number 3, adherence to cooperative principles. Number 4, special report to registrar. Number 5, audit classification of society.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next, audit of multi-state cooperative society. In audit of multi-state cooperative society, books of account of multi-state cooperative society is important under the multi-state cooperative society rules 2002. Last exam, question number 5B. It is an OR question.
Yes, sir.
You often get in question number 5 or question number 6, you have one choice or question.
Yes, sir.
Internal choice is there.
Yes.
you will find or.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
In that 5B or question, CA is a chartered accountant, is a senior manager of multi-state cooperative society in Mumbai. He is proposed to be appointed as an auditor of a multi-state cooperative society, analyze the provisions regarding the appointment, comment on the validity of proposed appointment. See, he is a senior manager of the multi-state cooperative society. So he is an employee of the society. Can an employee of the society be appointed as an auditor?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Don't think so, sir.
That's the point. There are disqualifications. Body corporate, officer or employee, partner or employee of an officer or employee, a person who's indebted to the multi-state cooperative society. And here the threshold limit is exceeding 1,000 rupees. I think Companies Act is better.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Powers and duties of auditors of multi-state cooperative society is important. I told you already, books of account is important. Next is powers and duties of auditors of multi-state. But actually what is most important is coming hereafter for the November exam. Power of the central government to direct special audit. Here it is. Section 77 of the multi-state cooperative society. Power of the central government to direct special audit, most likely to be asked this November exam.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the good thing about is what comes next. Inquiry by central registrar, please omit.
Yes, sir.
Inspection by central registrar, please omit.
Yes, sir.
Gladly, sir.
Yes, sir.
Don't waste your time on these two things. That completes our discussion on chapter 13 also. So these are the areas which are important. And I think I have probably contributed a better understanding of what to prepare, how to prepare, and how to answer the questions in the exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You will take an effort to improve upon that.
Yes, sir.
And,
Yes, sir.
what is more important is after the exam, I need a feedback from you as to how was this session after the exam, not now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
After the exam, whether this session was useful for your exam, whether what we noted down was relevant for your exam. I think that feedback, helps my next session, in fact, to contribute to further students. So that is what I expect from you. There is no better satisfaction than a student scoring very high marks in auditing, in fact. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, chapter 11 has not been covered.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think you correctly reminded me on that. Chapter 11 has 5 standards on. I'm very thankful. Once again, thanks for reminding me.
No problem.
Yeah. Chapter
Good for
11.
us only, sir.
Yeah,
Whatever you tell, don't.
definitely. Thank you so much. We come to audit report. It's good. See, I don't want to leave anything, unfinished.
Yes, sir.
Audit report, 5 essays are there, 700. Now, what is important in essay 700 for this exam? You have certain forming an opinion. In forming an opinion, you have certain special evaluations to be done. Specific evaluations, you have 6 points within the box.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is very important.
Yes,
Next, the definition of general purpose framework. All definitions are very important. General purpose financial statements, general purpose framework, unmodified opinion. What are the basic elements of an auditor's report? But unfortunately, no questions are being asked on the elements of auditor's report. I only wish they do cover 1 or 2 points in these elements, but I think some of these elements are covered separately, like key audit matters are covered separately in 701.
Yes, sir.
Going concern is covered in 570.
570.
Yes, sir.
So there's absolutely no questions. They're only asking on forming an opinion. No questions on the elements. So you can safely leave out the basic elements.
Yes, sir.
You've gone
Yes,
through the
sir.
basic elements once. But the standard which is most important for the coming exam is 705.
Sir, network issue.
Everything in SA 705 is very, very, sorry.
So there was a lag. I'm sorry, sir. There was a lag in your voice.
Have we? No, I don't think so.
So
Now
now
it's clear, sir. Loud and clear. You were discussing about which standard is extremely important for November 23, and then there was a lag when we had to hear which section.
Oh, Ajay, I'm sorry. So 705 is very, very important. There are 3 standards in this chapter which are very important. Most important is 705. Next important is 701. And the third standard is 706.
Yes, sir.
710 has already been covered in November 2022.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
710 you can safely omit.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
70, so 701, 705, 706.
Yes.
These 3 standards are very, very important for this November exam. Particularly 705.
Okay.
yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So I hope you have noted down. In fact, I have not told you what is important 705, 701, 706. The reason being all what is there in these 3 standards are very important. They can ask about types of modified opinion, circumstances in which a modification is required. Then next is types of modified opinion. Then the definition of pervasive is very, very important for the exam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And they can ask you about which type of opinion is appropriate. And they can ask you about consequences of an inability to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence due to management imposed limitation.
Yes, sir.
705 is extremely important. Similarly, in 706, emphasis of matter paragraph is very, very important. No questions are asked on other matter paragraph.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You can safely
Yes, sir.
omit other matter paragraph, but everything about emphasis of matter paragraph is very, very important. And 701 again, there is nothing which can be left out. From the definition of key audit matters, determination of key audit matters, communication of key audit matters, key audit matters, communication of key audit matters is not a substitute.
Yes, sir.
Every single point is important.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So right from the definition of key audit matters, determination of key audit matters, here's a definition, then determining key audit matters, then communicating key audit matters. Communicating key audit matters is not a substitute. So every single thing is important. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
I hope you have noted down all this. Thank you. I really enjoyed, discussing whatever is important for this exam. I wish you all the best. Please take care. And as I told you, give me a feedback after the exam. You can email your views to Shetty sir. He will forward me.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes, sir.
the best.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I just say 2 sentences, sir?
Yeah, please.
My today's view. You told me feedback after exam,
Please,
but I
please,
just want to know, I tell you what I felt today, as of
Yeah.
today.
please tell me.
Yes, sir. Sir, I felt like we have been given two model question papers, and our question paper is going to be just a mix of both. It was that simple, sir. Thank you. So
I only wish it happens like that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot. And I'm sure,
Thank you, sir.
yeah, thank you so much. In fact, if you do meet Priya,
Yes, sir.
extend my best wishes to her.
Sure, sir.
Priya was one of my best students, in fact, and one of the best. And there have been many, and among the rank holders also, many have scored, in fact, significant marks in auditing, both in inter as well as in final. You score 70 plus in inter, and you score 70 plus in final auditing. It makes a huge difference, in fact.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you,
so much,
sir.
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir. Thank you so much,
Sir.
sir.
Before I
Thank you,
leave,
sir.
there is one thing I would like to tell you. Whatever you're learning in inter auditing is opening balance for final.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That
Sir.
is great. Thank you. All the best.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Sir.
Thank you.
Please, I'll meet you sometime, definitely.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
night, sir.
And I think we will all extend our wishes to Shetty sir also. He must have gone to sleep by now. And we don't want to I am not sure. It is 11:10. He must be having tomorrow morning an early class, so I don't want to disturb him. So thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Down the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good night, sir.
Good night, sir.